I settled into the lotus position on my meditation cushion, trying to center myself after everything that had just happened. The tournament arena buzzed with excited chatter around me, but I barely heard it. My mind was still processing the implications of what I'd done in the realm of the chosen. Creating that time loop for Du Yenza had been necessary. Hell, it had been the only way to save not just his world but potentially the entire cultivation world from that otherworldly threat. But necessity didn't make the consequences any less terrifying. The sect master's reaction when my spiritual manifestation returned had been subtle but unmistakable. He'd actually stood up from his chair, which for someone of his cultivation level was like shouting. Clearly, he could see something the other elders couldn't. Whether that was due to his mastery over the Tao of Karma or some civilization realm technique I couldn't even comprehend, I wasn't sure. But it didn't really matter. What mattered was that I'd just exposed myself as someone capable of manipulating time itself. In a world where power was everything, that kind of ability would make me either the most valuable asset or the most dangerous threat the sect had ever seen. Possibly both. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. It only made sense for the sect to be monitoring each inner world under their control. It would probably take them just a few hours to realize that the realm of the chosen was stuck in a temporal loop. And when they traced it back to Du Yenza, all suspicions would land squarely on me. I wasn't sure what the sect would do with that knowledge. From my understanding of the sect master's Tao of Karma, I didn't think he'd wrong me. If anything, saving an entire world from corruption would probably earn me some serious positive karma. But the sect master wasn't the only powerful figure I had to worry about. There were rumors of other civilization realm cultivators within the sect. Ancestors who'd retreated from active leadership but still held enormous influence. While the sect master's Tao might restrict him from taking unfair advantage of me, the same couldn't be said about the others. Some of those ancient monsters might see a junior disciple with time manipulation abilities as nothing more than a resource to be exploited. The truth was, I couldn't actually recreate what I'd done in the realm of the chosen. The energy system there had been similar enough to the Two Suns world for me to adapt Cal's Mandelbrot recursion pattern, but that was a very specific circumstance. The corruption of Blue Sun energy into Xianyi had created exactly the right conditions for temporal manipulation. In the cultivation world, with its pure Qi-based system, I wouldn't even know where to begin. But I knew that wouldn't deter ambitious cultivators from wanting to pick apart my brain to find out how I'd done it. I suppressed a shudder. The things they might do to extract that knowledge from me didn't bear thinking about. All I could do was hope the sect master understood that some secrets needed to be kept secret. For everyone's sake. Master, Azure interrupted my increasingly dark thoughts. While you were busy contemplating your inevitable doom, I was being productive. And I have some good news. Oh, I perked up internally. What kind of good news? The kind that involves making you more versatile in combat, Azure said with obvious satisfaction. I've been analyzing the harmonic essence that you brought back from the realm of living lyrics, and I've calculated an adjustment to your cerulean veins design that will let it act as a lung resonator. That really was good news. I felt some of the tension in my shoulders ease. While I didn't expect to become a music cultivator anytime soon, the thought of me trying to sing people into submission was honestly pretty amusing. Being able to use some of the techniques I'd learned in the musical realm would add some serious variety to my arsenal. The 10-scale system had been fascinating, and even basic applications could be incredibly useful. How complex is the adjustment? I asked. Not very. Can we do it now? Whenever you're ready, Master. I closed my eyes and let my spiritual will enter my inner world. The familiar sensation of stepping into that vast space always felt like coming home. The gentle warmth of the red and blue suns in their eternal orbit, the rustling of leaves from the realm's stabilizing tree, the soft gurgle of water from the primordial wellspring. Azure guided me toward the meditation plateau where my cerulean vein was located. The arboreal spiral pattern glowed with soft blue light, its intricate curves and branches humming as it absorbed energy directly from the blue sun. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The modification goes here, Azure explained, highlighting a section near the end of the spiral. We're essentially adding a resonance chamber that can translate blue sun energy into harmonic frequencies. It won't interfere with your normal cultivation. Think of it as adding a new function rather than changing the existing one. The work was delicate, requiring precise energy manipulation to ensure the new structure integrated properly with my existing cultivation base. One wrong move could disrupt the entire cerulean vein, potentially crippling my Lightweaver abilities. But Azure's calculations were perfect. As I put the finishing touches on the resonance chamber, I felt it activate seamlessly. The blue sun energy flowing through my cerulean vein now produced a subtle harmonic frequency that resonated through my entire spiritual foundation. "How does it feel?" Azure asked. I tested the new system carefully, letting a small amount of blue sun energy flow through the modified vein. Instead of the usual silent circulation, I could now feel musical tones building in my chest, ready to be released through vocal techniques. "Incredible," I murmured. "I can feel the harmonic potential building." While I didn't think I could do any of the advanced third-scale techniques just yet, I was pretty sure I could manage the basic roar technique that even first-scale cultivators used. I'd always found it impressive when a cultivator could send someone flying with just a roar. Now I might actually be able to do it myself. "Thanks, Azure," I said. "This is going to be really useful. Just doing my job, Master." I returned my attention to the external world just as Elder Juan stepped forward to address the crowd. The arena fell silent almost immediately. Even the most excited spectators knew better than to ignore an elder's call for attention. "Attention, disciples," Elder Juan called out. "The quarterfinals are about to begin. Will the 8 remaining competitors please step forward?" I rose from my meditation cushion and walked toward the center, joining the small group of survivors. Looking around, I could see the faces of those who'd made it this far. Wei Lin with his confident smile, Wu Kongming looking as stoic as ever, Luo Yichen gripping his sword hilt tightly, Chun Feng radiating the confidence of someone who'd never lost a fight, Earth Fist Lu standing like an immovable mountain, and 2 other disciples I didn't recognize but who'd obviously proven themselves capable. 8 people out of around 300 who'd started this tournament. The numbers really put things in perspective. Wei Lin caught my eye and gave me a subtle wink, which I returned with a slight nod. All I hoped was that I wouldn't face him in this round. If I was going to have to fight my friend, I'd rather it be in the finals when we'd both given everything we had. "The matchups for this round are as follows," Elder Juan announced, and the formation arrays around the arena shifted to display the pairings in glowing text visible to everyone. Wei Lin versus Chun Feng, Hell's Valley. Wu Kongming versus Feng Yuehua, Shattered Arc Dominion. Luo Yichen versus Qi Meng, Heavenly Flame Sanctum. Ku Yin versus Earth Fist Lu. Before I could read the rest, Earth Fist Lu turned toward me with a smile, clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully. "Brother Ku Yin, I'm honored to face you in battle. I've watched your fights throughout this tournament, and your techniques are truly impressive." I returned the bow, appreciating his straightforward manner. "The honor is mine, Brother Lu. Your reputation precedes you." And it did. Like Yuan Zhen, Earth Fist Lu was known throughout the outer sect for being honorable and refreshingly direct. No schemes, no backstabbing, no hidden agendas. Just honest cultivation and straightforward combat. He was exactly the kind of person you'd want watching your back if things went sideways. That thought was still lingering when my gaze dropped to the name of the inner world assigned to us, and my expression tightened into a frown. Mortal Martial Valley. The name suggested a world focused on martial arts, probably more wuxia than xianxia in nature. A realm where spiritual techniques might be limited or even suppressed, forcing contestants to rely on pure physical skill and martial prowess. And my opponent was literally named Earth Fist Lu, suggesting he was a master of martial arts techniques. As for me, well, martial arts was pretty much my biggest weakness. "Master," Azure said gently, clearly picking up on my mood. "You're catastrophizing again." "I'm not catastrophizing," I protested. "I'm realistically assessing a genuinely problematic situation. You've seen my hand-to-hand combat skills. Lu Chang completely dominated me in pure martial arts. You've learned a lot since then." I wanted to argue, but he did have a point. My cultivation had advanced significantly, and I'd gained practical combat experience that should help. Still, the thought of facing a martial arts specialist in a world that probably favored martial arts made me nervous. Look at it this way, Azure continued. This is an opportunity to improve your weakest area. I shook my head, trying to dispel the pessimistic thoughts. Azure was right. This was an opportunity, not a death sentence. If I was going to survive in this world, I needed to shore up my weaknesses, and martial arts was definitely one of them. This battle would either teach me what I needed to know or eliminate me from the competition. Either way, I'd learn something valuable. The key would be choosing the right vessel. I needed someone who was not only a martial arts prodigy, but also someone whose fighting style I could adapt to quickly. Ideally, someone whose techniques complemented my existing abilities rather than requiring me to start from scratch. The battles will now begin, Elder One announced. Competitors, prepare yourselves. Spectators, place your final bets and return to your seats. One by one, the other competitors stepped through their assigned portals, disappearing into their respective inner worlds. When my turn came, I took a deep breath and looked at the gateway that led to the mortal martial world. The portal's surface rippled like water, showing brief glimpses of mountains and martial arts academies beyond. Time to see what this world has to offer, I murmured. Then let my spiritual will separate from my body and step through the portal. The last thing I saw was the concerned faces of my parents in the spectator section, their worry evident even from across the arena. Then the portal closed behind me, and I was falling through the space between worlds toward my next challenge. The voices cut through the darkness like rusty blades. You've brought shame to this family. His father's voice cracked with fury, the kind of raw emotion that made 7-year-old Chao Jingwei pull his thin blanket over his head. But the fabric was too threadbare to muffle the shouting from the main room. I didn't choose this. That was his older brother Chao Mingshan, though his voice sounded different now, deeper, harder, like something had broken inside it and healed wrong. The Crimson Fist clan chose me. Do you know what an honor that is? Honor. Their mother's bitter laugh rang. You call learning to drink blood an honor? You call becoming a monster an honor? The floor creaked as heavy footsteps paced back and forth. Jingwei could picture his brother the way he'd looked when he came home 3 days ago. Taller, broader, but with something cold in his eyes that hadn't been there before. And his right hand was always clenched now, like he was holding something invisible. The Crimson Fist clan teaches strength. Mingshan's voice rose to match their father's volume. Real strength, not the weak philosophies of those temple monks who preach about compassion while the world tramples over them. Strength built on blood is no strength at all. Their father shot back. It's corruption. It's everything our ancestors warned us against. Jingwei squeezed his eyes shut and pressed his small palms against his ears. These arguments had become a nightly ritual ever since Mingshan returned from his years of training at the clan compound. Every evening, the same words, the same accusations, the same growing distance between the brother who used to carry him on his shoulders and the stranger who now spoke of blood like it was wine. In the mortal martial world, the Crimson Fist clan occupied a position that walked the razor's edge between respect and revulsion. Their techniques were undeniably powerful. Single strikes that could shatter stone, movements that blurred the line between human and lightning. But their methods required sacrifices that most martial artists found unthinkable. You don't understand the dedication it takes, Mingshan continued, and now there was something manic in his voice, something that made Jingwei's stomach twist with fear. Every day we drink from the blood cups. Every training session we feed our gloves with our own life force. You think strength comes from sitting in meditation, from practicing forms in the air. Real strength requires sacrifice. And what have you sacrificed? Their mother's voice had gone quiet. What did they make you give up, my son? The silence stretched long enough that Jingwei found himself holding his breath. When Mingshan finally spoke, his words came out like broken glass. They said a true Crimson Fist warrior has no room for weakness. No room for sentiment. They said family ties make you hesitate, make you soft. Oh, Mingshan, their mother's voice cracked. What have they done to you? Nothing. The word exploded from Mingshan. They've made me stronger. I can feel the blood qi flowing through my meridians. I can sense the life force of everything around me. I could kill a form unification master with my bare hands. But at what cost? Their father's voice had gone deadly quiet. Look at yourself, boy. Look at what you've become. When was the last time you smiled? When was the last time you showed kindness to anyone? The Crimson Fist has stolen your humanity. Humanity is weakness. Mingshan roared, and Jinghui felt the floorboards shake under the force of his brother's martial qi. Compassion is what gets you killed. The blood cups have shown me the truth. There are only predators and prey in this world. The next sound was his mother crying. Not loud, weeping sobs, but the quiet kind of tears that spoke of a heart breaking in real time. Please, she whispered. Please, just stay away from your little brother. Don't let whatever poison they've put in you touch him. That's when everything went wrong. The silence that followed was different, heavier, like the air before lightning struck. Poison. Mingshan's voice had gone flat, empty. You think I'm poisoned? Son, she didn't mean. Their father started. No, I see it now. You'll never understand. You'll never accept what I've become. You'll spend the rest of your lives trying to cure me, trying to drag me back to your pathetic, weak existence. Mingshan, please, we just want our son back. The scream came so suddenly that Jinghui's hands flew away from his ears without conscious thought. It was his mother's voice, but distorted by agony and terror into something barely human. The sound cut off abruptly, followed by a wet thud that made Jinghui's blood turn to ice. Then his father's voice. What have you? Another scream, shorter this time. Another thud. Then silence. Jinghui lay frozen in his bed, his child's mind struggling to process what his ears had just heard. The house felt different now, like all the warmth had suddenly drained out of it, like something fundamental had broken that could never be fixed. Slowly, moving like he was underwater, Jinghui pushed the blanket away and climbed out of bed. His bare feet found the cold wooden floor, and he padded toward his bedroom door with the careful steps of someone who didn't want to make a sound. The main room was lit by a single oil lamp, casting long shadows that danced across the walls like spirits. In the center of those shadows stood his brother. Mingshan's back was to the doorway, his shoulders shaking in a way that might have been laughter or sobbing. His right hand, the one that was always clenched now, hung at his side, and in the lamplight, Jinghui could see something dark and wet dripping from his fingers. On the floor in front of Mingshan lay two still forms. Papa! Jinghui's voice came out as barely more than a whisper. Manga! Neither figure moved. Neither figure breathed. Papa! Mama! This time he screamed it, the words tearing from his throat as he rushed toward the bodies of his parents. The sound seemed to break whatever trance had held Mingshan. He spun around, and Jinghui saw his brother's face for the first time since entering the room. Blood splattered his cheeks like grotesque war paint. His eyes were wide with shock and something that might have been horror. I didn't. Mingshan stammered, staring at his blood-soaked hand like it belonged to someone else. It was an accident. The blood qi, when they said I was poisoned, I felt it surge, and I couldn't control it, and they were so close and… Jinghui knelt beside his parents' bodies, his small hands shaking as he touched his mother's cold cheek. Their eyes were open but empty, staring at nothing. A pool of blood was spreading beneath them, soaking into the wooden floor like spilled ink. You killed them, Jinghui whispered. No, I didn't mean to. You have to understand, the clan teachings, they change you, and when I got angry, the blood qi responded, and I lost control for just a moment. Monster. The word hung in the air between them like a curse. Jinghui looked up at his brother who had once taught him to tie his shoes, who had snuck him extra rice cakes when their parents weren't looking, who had promised to always protect him, and felt something cold and hard settle in his chest where love used to live. Mingshan stumbled backward as if the word had physically struck him. Jinghui. Please, you don't understand. Monster. Jinghui repeated. his 7-year-old voice carrying a weight of hatred that belonged to someone much older. "You're a monster." His brother's face crumpled. For a moment, he looked like the old Mingshan again, the one who cried when birds fell from their nests. Then the mask slipped back into place, and the stranger with their brother's face turned and ran. Jingwei heard the front door slam, heard footsteps fading into the night. Then there was only silence, and the cooling bodies of his parents, and the growing pool of blood that would. "Chao Jingwei!" The world jolted sideways. "Wake up! You're going to be late again." The room shifted. The wooden floor was gone. So was the lamplight. The shadows scattered like dust. The blood vanished. Jingwei's eyes snapped open, his body jerking upright so violently that his sleeping mat skidded across the stone floor. His chest heaved as he struggled to separate the nightmare from reality, sweat cooling on his skin in the morning air of the dormitory. "Easy there," said a gentle voice. A warm hand settled on his shoulder, and Jingwei turned to see Yu Ganglai crouched beside his mat, concern written across his round face. "Same dream again?" Jingwei nodded, not trusting his voice just yet. Even after 10 years, the nightmare felt as real as it had the night it actually happened. He could still smell the blood, still hear his mother's scream cutting through the darkness. Yu Ganglai was one of the few people in the Iron Body Temple who knew about Jingwei's past. They'd been assigned as sleeping partners when Jingwei first arrived, both of them barely 9 years old and trying to find their place in a world that had suddenly become much larger and more dangerous. While other children had come to the temple seeking enlightenment or following family traditions, Jingwei had arrived as a traumatized orphan with nowhere else to go. The Iron Body Temple had taken him in not because of any great potential. His martial talent was, frankly, terrible, but because their philosophy demanded compassion for all living beings. Master Huang had looked at the hollow-eyed child standing at their gates and seen not a promising disciple, but a soul in need of healing. 10 years later, the healing still wasn't complete. "You need to tell Master Huang about these dreams," Yu Ganglai said quietly, keeping his voice low so as not to wake the other students. "They're getting worse." Jingwei shook his head and swung his legs off the sleeping mat. "They're the same as always, just memories. Memories that are eating you alive." Yu Ganglai stood as well, his shorter frame casting a shadow across Jingwei's mat. "The temple's healing techniques could help with the trauma Master Huang has dealt with. I don't want to forget." Jingwei cut him off, perhaps more harshly than necessary. He softened his tone as he saw Yu Ganglai flinch. "I need to remember. I need to remember what he did." Yu Ganglia's expression grew troubled. They'd had this conversation before many times over the years. "Revenge isn't the way, Jingwei. The Iron Body Temple teaches that." "I know what the temple teaches." Jingwei began pulling on his simple gray robes, the daily uniform that marked him as an Inner Pulse Realm student. Compassion for all beings, endurance through hardship, protection of the innocent. "I've memorized every sutra, every philosophy, every principle." He paused in his dressing, looking directly at his friend. "But my brother murdered my parents. Some sins don't deserve forgiveness." The pain in Yu Ganglia's eyes was clear, but he didn't argue further. He'd learned, over their years of friendship, that there were some wounds in Jingwei's soul that kindness couldn't touch. Instead, he simply nodded toward the door. "We should get moving." Master Huang was pretty upset about yesterday's tardiness. Jingwei finished dressing quickly, his movements automatic after years of temple routine. As they made their way through the stone corridors toward the training hall, he couldn't help but reflect on the irony of his situation. The Iron Body Temple was renowned throughout the 9 martial provinces for producing some of the most spiritually advanced martial artists in the mortal martial world. Their philosophy emphasized the unity of physical and spiritual cultivation, teaching that true strength came not from dominating others, but from mastering oneself. Students learned to reinforce their bodies not through harsh punishment, but through patient conditioning and careful attention to their spiritual state. As for why Jingwei had chosen the temple, well, every other sect and clan had rejected his application. The Tao of the Steady Blade sect had deemed his emotional instability incompatible with their precision-based techniques. The Serpent Flow Pavilion had taken one look at his clumsy movements and suggested he consider a different career path entirely. Even the Hidden Scroll Library, which valued theoretical knowledge over practical ability, had found his application lacking. Only the Iron Body Temple had opened its doors to him, motivated purely by compassion for a traumatized child. And here he was, 17 years old, still in the Inner Pulse realm when students his age at other institutions were breaking through to form unification. Still struggling with basic kata while his classmates moved with the grace of natural martial artists. Still burning with a desire for revenge that ran completely counter to everything the temple stood for. He was an imposter and he knew it, but he didn't care. No matter how long it took, no matter how many years he spent pretending to embrace the temple's teachings, he would eventually grow strong enough to find his brother. Chao Mingshan would have advanced far beyond him by now. The Crimson Fist clan's blood techniques were notorious for accelerating cultivation, but Jingwei didn't need to be stronger than his brother. He just needed to be strong enough to kill him. The training hall was already filled with students when they arrived, the space echoing with the soft sounds of morning meditation. Master Huang stood at the front of the room, his wrinkly face serene despite the early hour. At 69, he had reached the sect mastery realm, and his presence radiated the kind of calm authority that came from decades of disciplined cultivation. "Ah, young Chao," Master Huang said as Jinghui and Yu Ganglai took their places among the other students. "So good of you to join us. I trust your sleep was peaceful." There was no accusation in the master's voice, just gentle concern. Jingwei had always suspected that Master Huang knew about the nightmares, but the older man was too kind to mention them directly. Love the story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. "My apologies for the delay, Master," Jingwei said, bowing respectfully. "It won't happen again." Master Huang's smile suggested he'd heard that promise before, but he simply nodded and turned his attention to the assembled students. "Today we will be working on the Flowing Mountain Kata," he announced. "This form is designed to create a feedback loop between your physical movements and your martial chi cultivation. Remember, in the Iron Body Temple, we do not force our chi to bend to our will. Instead, we invite it to flow naturally through channels created by disciplined practice." The students rose to their feet and spread out across the training hall, each taking a position that gave them room to move without interfering with their neighbors. Jingwei found himself in the back row, as usual, partly out of self-consciousness about his poor technique, and partly because the nightmares often left him feeling like he needed extra space around himself. Master Huang demonstrated the opening stance of the kata, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, arms raised in a position that somehow managed to be both defensive and welcoming. When he moved, it was like watching water flow uphill. Each gesture seemed to defy the natural order, while simultaneously appearing completely effortless. "The key," Master Huang explained as he flowed through the first sequence of movements, "is to maintain awareness of both your inner state and your outer form. The martial chi should arise naturally from the perfect execution of each technique, not from forcing energy through your meridians." Jingwei tried to follow along, but his movements felt clumsy and disconnected compared to the master's demonstration. Where Master Huang's kata created visible spirals of golden martial chi that danced around his body, Jingwei's attempts produced only faint wisps that dissipated almost immediately. Around him, his classmates moved with varying degrees of skill. Yu Gonglia's form was solid if unremarkable, his martial chi flowing in steady currents that spoke of careful practice and natural balance. Others, like Zhang Lin in the front row, moved with the kind of intuitive grace that marked them as future masters. And then there was Jingwei, struggling to maintain even the most basic postures while his chi sputtered and died like a candle in the wind. "Young Chao," Master Huang's voice was gentle but firm. "You're forcing again." Jingwei froze in the middle of what was supposed to be a flowing transition, his face burning with embarrassment. Around him, the other students continued their practice, but he could feel their attention like weight on his shoulders. "I'm sorry, Master. I'll try harder." "Trying harder is your problem," Master Huang said, approaching with the patient stride of someone who'd had this conversation 1,000 times before. You approach the kata like it's an enemy to be defeated rather than a friend to be welcomed. Your movements carry anger, frustration, the desire to force results rather than allow them to emerge naturally. The master paused directly in front of Jinghui, his eyes holding the kind of understanding that made Jinghui deeply uncomfortable. The Iron Body Temple teaches that true strength comes from perfect harmony between body, mind, and spirit. Master Huang continued. But harmony cannot exist in the presence of unresolved hatred. Until you find peace with your past, your cultivation will always be limited by the walls you've built around your heart. Jinghui lowered his head, staring at the stone floor. I understand, Master. I'll try to let go of my anger. It was a lie and they both knew it. But Master Huang was too kind to call him out directly. See that you do, the master said simply. Now begin again. This time focus not on the result you want to achieve, but on the movement itself. Let each gesture teach you what it wishes you to know. Jinghui nodded and resumed the opening stance, trying to empty his mind of everything except the present moment. But even as he moved through the kata, he could feel the familiar weight of his true purpose pressing against the edges of his consciousness. He was still trapped in the inner pulse realm, still years away from the kind of power he would need. The Heartsteel realm, where a martial artist's intent became tangible force, was still beyond his reach. The Sect Mastery realm, where techniques gained permanence beyond the cultivator's death, was like a distant star. But he would reach them eventually. He would master the Iron Body Temple's techniques not out of love for their philosophy, but because strength was strength regardless of its source. And when he finally found his brother, a piercing alarm cut through the morning air, disrupting his thoughts. Every student in the training hall froze. The sound was unlike anything in their normal daily routine. A harsh, metallic wailing that seemed to come from formations built into the temple walls themselves. Even Master Huang's serene expression cracked, showing a flicker of genuine surprise. By the ancestors, Yu Ganglai whispered. Is that? A descent alarm, Master Huang confirmed, his voice suddenly sharp. Everyone listen carefully. We will proceed to the emergency chambers immediately. No running, no panic, but move with purpose. The training hall erupted into controlled chaos as students began filing toward the exits. But Jinghui remained frozen, his mind struggling to process what was happening. A descent. In all his years at the temple, he'd only heard stories about the invasions. Every few decades, according to the older monks, otherworldly beings would arrive in their realm. Not spirits or demons, but something far worse. Invaders from beyond their world, who sought to possess the bodies of martial artists for their own mysterious purposes. The temple had protocols for such events. Formations carved into the deepest chambers that could protect students from supernatural possession. Emergency supplies that could sustain them for months if necessary. Defensive techniques specifically designed to combat entities that operated outside normal martial cultivation. But Jinghui had never experienced one personally. None of the current students had. The last descent had occurred over 20 years ago, before any of them were born. Jinghui, Yu Ganglia's voice cut through his paralysis. Come on, we need to get to the safe rooms. Jinghui's feet moved before his mind caught up, following the stream of panicked students through the stone corridors. The temple's usually peaceful halls had transformed into a river of chaos. Gray-robed disciples shoving past each other, some crying, others shouting instructions that nobody seemed to hear. The descent alarm continued its wailing, each pulse making his bones vibrate with urgency. Stay together. Master Huang's voice carried over the mayhem, his sect mastery realm cultivation allowing him to project his words directly into everyone's minds. The emergency chambers are this way. Do not separate from your groups. But staying together was easier said than done. The corridor narrowed at certain points, creating bottlenecks where students pressed against each other like cattle being herded through a gate. Jinghui felt someone's elbow dig into his ribs, another person's foot crushing his toes. The air grew thick with the smell of fierce sweat and the sharp tang of activated formations beginning to power up throughout the temple. Yu Ganglia's hand found his shoulder, steadying him. Just keep moving. his friend said, though Jinghui could hear the tremor in his voice. The chambers are just ahead. The emergency chamber appeared before them like a promise of salvation, a massive circular room carved directly into the mountain's heart. Ancient formations covered every surface, their geometric patterns glowing with soft golden light that intensified with each passing second. The script was older than the temple itself, supposedly carved by the founding masters who'd experienced a descent firsthand and lived through the possession to figure out a way to protect against it. Students poured through the entrance, immediately taking positions on designated meditation mats arranged in concentric circles. Each mat connected to the greater formation network, designed to create an impenetrable spiritual barrier against possession. The theory was simple. Otherworldly beings needed a host to survive in their realm, and the formations would block any spirit beings from entering, and even if they were somehow able to get through, it would make their souls too slippery to grasp, like trying to hold water with open fingers. Master Huang stood at the formation's center, his hands moving through complex seals that made the golden light pulse brighter. Everyone, assume meditation position. The barrier will activate in 30 seconds. Jinghui found an empty mat near the outer ring and dropped onto it, his legs automatically folding into lotus position after years of practice. The formation beneath him felt warm, almost alive, its energy beginning to seep into his meridians like honey flowing through his spiritual channels. "What's happening?" a young girl near him whispered. She couldn't have been more than 11, her training robe still crisp and new. "It's a descent," an older student replied, his voice trying to sound confident despite the tremor in it. "Beings from beyond our world. They try to possess us, take our bodies for their evil purposes." The girl's eyes widened in terror. Jinghui wanted to offer some comfort, but what could he say? He was just as frightened. That's when it hit him. He stood up, scanning the dozens of faces in the chamber. Gray robes, frightened expressions, some students he recognized, others he didn't, but not the one face he was looking for. "You Ganglai?" His voice came out as a croak, barely audible over the continued alarm and the humming of the formations. He stood up, ignoring the formation's pull, trying to keep him seated. "You Ganglai?" Master Huang's eyes snapped to him. "Young Chao, sit down. The barrier is about to." "My friend isn't here." Jinghui was already moving toward the entrance, his heart hammering against his ribs. "You Ganglai got separated. I have to find him. The formations are sealing." Master Huang's voice carried real alarm now. "If you leave, you won't be able to return." Jinghui hesitated for exactly one heartbeat. Yu Ganglai had been there for him through every nightmare, every moment of weakness, every day when the weight of his brother's crime threatened to crush him. His friend had never asked for anything in return, never judged him for the hatred that burned in his chest like poison. His feet carried him through the entrance just as the golden barrier snapped into place behind him, sealing with a sound like 1,000 locks clicking shut simultaneously. The corridor outside felt eerily empty after the chaos of moments before. Everyone had found their emergency chambers, leaving only Jinghui and the echo of his own rapid breathing. The descent alarm had stopped, replaced by an ominous silence that made every footstep sound like thunder. "Yu Ganglai!" He ran through the halls, checking every room, every alcove. The dining hall stood empty, tables still set with half-eaten breakfast. The training grounds were deserted, practice weapons scattered where they'd been dropped. "Where are you?" A memory surfaced during evacuation drills. Yu Ganglai had mentioned that the Eastern Tower also had an emergency chamber, smaller than the main one but just as protected. If they'd gotten separated in the crowd, if Yu Ganglai had been pushed in the wrong direction, Jinghui sprinted toward the Eastern Tower, his inner pulse realm cultivation barely enough to maintain the pace. His inferior martial talent meant even running at full speed taxed his spiritual reserves more than it should. By the time he reached the tower's base, sweat soaked through his robes and his lungs burned like he'd been breathing fire. The emergency chamber door stood open, golden light spilling out into the corridor. Relief flooded through him as he recognized Yu Ganglia's stocky silhouette among the 24 students inside. "Yu Ganglai!" He started forward, But just as his foot crossed the threshold, the formations flared to life. An invisible wall slammed into existence, sending him tumbling backward onto the stone floor. Yu Ganglai spun around, his eyes widening with horror when he saw Jinghui sprawled in the corridor. He rushed to the barrier, pressing his palms against the invisible wall. Jinghui, what are you doing out there? You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. I came looking for you. Jinghui scrambled to his feet, his own hands meeting Yu Ganglia's through the barrier. He could see his friend's lips moving, could see the panic in his eyes, but the formation muffled all sound from within. He pounded on the barrier with both fists, achieving nothing except bruising his hands. The formation was designed to withstand attacks from beings far more powerful than a teenage Interpulse Realm cultivator. It would hold until the masters deactivated it, whenever the descent ended. If he survived that long. Yu Ganglai was shouting something, pointing frantically over Jinghui's shoulder. Jinghui turned to look out the tower's window and felt his blood turn to ice. The sky was falling. No, not the sky itself, but two lights were descending through it like falling stars. They moved with purpose, spiraling down toward the temple grounds, each one burning with its own distinct color. One blazed white-hot, while the other flickered with shadows that seemed to swallow light. The first curved toward the western quarters where the senior disciples trained. The other came straight for the eastern tower. Jinghui pressed himself against the wall as the light, dark purple shot through with veins of black, slammed into the emergency chamber's barrier. The entire tower shook from the impact, dust raining from the ceiling as ancient stones groaned in protest. The purple light rebounded, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape that hovered just outside the window. The figure tried again, hurling itself at the barrier with enough force to crack the window's frame. But the formation held, golden light flaring brighter with each impact, drawing on the collective spiritual energy of everyone inside to maintain its defense. After the third failed attempt, the figure pulled back, and Jinghui got his first clear look at it. The being appeared to be made of condensed shadow-given form, its features constantly shifting like smoke in wind. But there was intelligence in those dark depths, a consciousness examining the barrier with what almost looked like surprise. What the hell? The figure's voice carried despite having no visible mouth, the words forming directly in Jinghui's mind. It looked down at its shadowy form, and Jinghui could swear he heard genuine confusion in its tone. This isn't right. The projection shouldn't look like this. Then those shadows that might have been eyes turned toward the corridor, toward Jinghui pressed against the wall trying to make himself invisible. The figure moved faster than Jinghui's eyes could track. One moment it hovered outside the window, the next it floated directly in front of him, close enough that he could feel the cold radiating from its form. Not the natural cold of winter, but something that seemed to drain warmth from existence itself. Jinghui scrambled backward, his back hitting the wall. Get away. Stay back. Easy there. The figure raised what might have been hands in a placating gesture. I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to borrow your body for a little while. Borrow my no. Absolutely not. Jinghui's voice cracked with panic. Every story he'd ever heard about descents involved the possessed either dying horribly or being transformed into something unrecognizable. Find someone else. I don't have a lot of options here. The spirit gestured at the sealed emergency chamber where Yu Ganglai still pounded soundlessly on the barrier. Everyone else is locked up tight, and I've got a tournament to win. A few days, that's all I need. Then you get your body back. Good as new. You think I'm stupid? Jinghui tried to edge along the wall toward the stairway, but the spirit moved to block him without seeming to move at all. I know what happens to people who get possessed. Their souls get consumed, or corrupted, or... That's demons you're thinking of. The spirit interrupted, sounding almost offended. I'm a cultivator, just like you. Well, not exactly like you, but the principle's the same. This is just a spiritual projection. I couldn't consume your soul even if I wanted to, which I don't, because that would be incredibly rude and also probably bad for my karma. Jinghui stared at the being, his mind struggling to process this bizarrely casual conversation with an otherworldly entity. You're a cultivator? From another realm, yeah. Look, we're wasting time here. How about this? In exchange for letting me borrow your body, I'll give you power. Real power, not the scraps you've been struggling with. The word power hit Jinghui like a physical blow. His whole body went still, his racing heartbeat suddenly loud in his ears. Power. I can sense your cultivation. Your martial talent is... The spirit paused, as if searching for a polite way to phrase it. Limited. I can change that. Open meridians you didn't even know you had. Teach you techniques that would take decades to learn on your own. Jinghui's hands clenched into fists at his sides. Power. Real power. The kind his brother had gained from the Crimson Fist clan. The kind that let someone kill their own parents with a casual loss of control. Would it be enough? His voice came out low, intense. Would it be enough to kill someone at the Sect Mastery realm? Someone who's mastered the Crimson Fist techniques. The spirit tilted what might have been its head. Sect Mastery realm? I'm not familiar with the cultivation stages here, but I can sense what you're asking. You want power to defeat someone stronger than you, someone who's had years of advanced training. Yes, you swear it? Jinghui took a step forward, surprising himself with his sudden boldness. You swear on your cultivation that you'll give me the power to kill my brother, Chao Mingshan? Your brother? The spirit sounded curious now. Ha! Family drama. Look, I'll be honest with you. I can't just hand you instant power to defeat someone who's been cultivating for years. That's not how cultivation works. The spirit paused, seeming to consider. But what I can do is give you the potential to grow far stronger than you ever could alone. That's not what Anyone promising you instant power to kill a master cultivator is lying to you. The spirit interrupted. But I can give you something real. A foundation that'll let you surpass him eventually, if you're willing to put in the work afterward. That's the best anyone can offer you, and it's more than you've got now. Jinghui went silent as he considered the offer. He'd spent around 10 years at the Iron Body Temple, pretending to embrace their teachings while nursing his hatred. 10 years of making minimal progress, watching other students surge past him, knowing that at his current rate he'd be an old man before he reached the Heartsteel realm, let alone Sect Mastery. His brother was out there somewhere, probably already advancing toward Heaven-breaking realm with the Crimson Fist clan's blood techniques accelerating his growth. Every day Jinghui delayed was another day Chao Mingshan grew stronger. Another day his parents' spirits went unavenged. He'd told himself he would do anything for revenge. Anything. Even if it meant deceiving kind Master Huang and the temple that had sheltered him. Even if it meant betraying everything the Iron Body philosophy stood for. Was selling his soul to a mysterious spirit really any worse? My friend, Jinghui said, gesturing toward the emergency chamber where Yu Ganglai still watched with horror. You won't hurt him? Or anyone else in the temple? I'm here for a tournament, not a massacre. Your people will be fine. Jinghui closed his eyes, seeing his parents' faces one more time, his mother's gentle smile, his father's patient instructions. The way they'd looked in death, eyes empty, blood pooling beneath them. Do it, he whispered. The spirit smiled. Somehow, despite having no fixed features, Jinghui knew it was smiling. Then it surged forward, and cold darkness flooded every cell of his being. The last thing Jinghui experienced with his own senses was Yu Gonglia's terrified face through the barrier, mouth open in a silent scream. Then someone else opened his eyes. The spirit flexed Jinghui's fingers experimentally, rolled his shoulders, took a few test steps. The movement felt different from how Jinghui normally moved. They were more fluid, more confident, like someone accustomed to absolute control over their physical form. Not exactly what I planned, the spirit murmured with Jinghui's voice, examining his new hands with interest. But it'll do. I flexed my fingers experimentally, getting used to this new body. Jinghui's form was lean but wiry, built more for endurance than raw power. The spiritual energy flowing through his meridians felt different too. Rougher, more primal than the refined qi I was accustomed to. This was pure martial qi, untouched by the celestial refinement techniques that most cultivation worlds employed. But something felt wrong. The air itself seemed hostile to my presence, like the world was rejecting me on a fundamental level. I could sense formations throughout the temple actively scanning for otherworldly entities, their spiritual threads weaving a net designed to detect and expel invaders like myself. This realm clearly had experience with descents, and from my guess, they were not good. Azure, I thought quietly, this place really doesn't want us here. I noticed that too, Master, Azure replied. If your true identity is exposed, you won't be getting the warm welcome or God treatment like you did back in the other realms. Be careful. Before I could respond, the piercing descent alarm that had been wailing suddenly cut off. The abrupt silence felt almost deafening after the constant noise. Around me, golden barriers that had sealed the emergency chamber began flickering and fading as the defensive formations powered down. The other students started stirring, looking around with confused relief. Some were still trembling from fear, others wiping away tears. But as the formations released their hold and people began standing up from their meditation mats, I realized I had a much more immediate problem. Someone was staring directly at me. That someone was Yu Ganglai, my vessel's best friend. His round face was pale, and his mouth was hanging wide open. His eyes were wide with the unmistakable look of someone who had witnessed something impossible. While everyone else had been focused on their own terror, meditating, or facing away from the entrance, Yu Gonglia's position had given him a clear view of the corridor where I'd entered Jinghui. He'd basically seen everything. Jie Jinghui? Yu Gonglia's voice cracked as he pointed a shaking finger at me. That thing. It went into you. I saw. Several other students turned to look at us, confusion replacing their relief. This was exactly what I couldn't afford. Attention, questions, investigations. If word got out that Jinghui had been possessed, the powerful experts of this realm would descend on us with techniques specifically designed to exorcise otherworldly beings. I needed damage control, fast, and I knew exactly how to do it. Without hesitation, I pulled back from direct control of the body, letting Jinghui's consciousness surge forward while I became a passive observer. Yu Ganglai. Jinghui's voice carried his natural inflection, though I could feel his inner turmoil. He understood what had happened, what he'd agreed to, but facing his best friend's terror was different from words of acceptance. Come here. Now. Yu Ganglai hesitated, his eyes darting between Jinghui's face and the other students who were starting to notice the commotion. But something in Jinghui's tone got him moving. He stumbled off his meditation mat and followed as Jinghui led him to a corner of the chamber where ancient formation pillars created a small alcove. The positioning was perfect. Yu Gonglia's large block-like frame blocked any view of their conversation from the rest of the students, who were busy celebrating their survival and checking on friends anyway. Listen to me very carefully, Jinghui whispered, gripping Yu Gonglia's shoulders. I know what you saw. I know you're scared. But you need to understand. This was my choice. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Your choice. Yu Gonglia's voice pitched higher with panic. Jinghui, that thing, that demon, it possessed you. We need to tell Master Huang immediately. He'll know how to exorcise it before it corrupts your soul completely. It's not a demon, Jinghui insisted. And I'm still me. Look at my eyes, Ganglai. Really look. Yu Ganglai stared into Jinghui's face, searching for signs of demonic corruption or spiritual possession. What he found instead was something he recognized. The same bitter fire that had burned in his friend's eyes every morning after the nightmares. Every time someone mentioned the Crimson Fist clan. Every time Jinghui thought no one was watching and let his guard down. You're really still you, Yu Ganglai breathed. But why? Why would you willingly let that thing into your body? Because it offered me power, Jinghui said simply. Real power. The kind I need to find my brother and make him pay for what he did to my parents. There it was, the core truth that defined Jinghui's existence. Yu Ganglai had been there through every nightmare, every moment of grief, every day when Jinghui struggled with the temple's teachings of compassion while hatred burned in his heart. He knew better than anyone what drove his friend. Jinghui, no. Yu Gonglia's voice broke. This isn't the way. Master Huang always says that revenge built on darkness only creates more darkness. What if this thing corrupts you? What if you become just like him? Then at least I'll be strong enough to kill him first, Jinghui replied quickly. Ganglai, I've spent 10 years at this temple, pretending to embrace their philosophy while making almost no progress. My brother is out there somewhere, probably advancing through the sect mastery realm with the Crimson Fist techniques, and I'm still stuck in the inner pulse realm like a child. Yu Ganglai flinched at the raw pain in his friend's voice. They both knew it was true. While other students their age were breaking through to form unification, Jinghui remained trapped by his own emotional turmoil and limited talent. The being inside me isn't evil, Jinghui continued. It made me a fair offer. Temporary use of my body in exchange for the power to eventually face my brother. When this battle it has ends, I get everything back, including abilities I never could have developed on my own. What if it's lying? Yu Ganglai whispered. What if it never gives your body back? Then I'll die having tried, Jinghui said with the kind of finality that made Yu Ganglia's stomach drop. Instead of dying as a failure who never even got close to avenging his parents. They stood there in silence for a long moment, the weight of 10 years of friendship hanging between them. Yu Ganglai had always known this day might come, when Jinghui's thirst for revenge would drive him to make a choice that friendship couldn't stop. I can't support this, Yu Ganglai said finally. But I won't betray you either. Just promise me something. What? Promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you'll remember who you are, no matter what power this thing gives you. I promise, Jinghui said, and meant it. They clasped hands briefly, a gesture that looked casual to outside observers, but carried the weight of a sacred vow between them. Then they turned back toward the main chamber, where Master Huang could be seen walking in and calling for his students to gather. The elderly master stopped in the center of the chamber, his face showing relief as he counted his disciples. The formations can no longer sense any threat. We are all safe for the time being. A ragged cheer went up from the assembled disciples, but Master Huang raised his hand for continued attention, his expression remaining serious. However, he continued, the end of a descent does not mean the end of our vigilance. Otherworldly beings are cunning creatures, far more intelligent than the spirit beasts we typically face. If any succeeded in possessing a host, they would not announce their presence with obvious signs. The celebration died down as the students absorbed this sobering reminder. Several disciples glanced nervously at their neighbors, suddenly suspicious of anyone who seemed different or acted strangely. These entities are masters of deception, Master Huang explained. A possessed individual might appear completely normal, speaking naturally, displaying familiar mannerisms, even showing appropriate emotional responses. The changes are often so subtle that even close friends might not notice immediately. I felt Jinghui's consciousness tense as every word seemed aimed directly at our situation. Yu Ganglai shot a quick, worried glance in our direction before looking away. Therefore, Master Huang continued, I want everyone to remain alert in the coming days. Report any unusual behavior to the elders immediately. Remember, your friend's life may depend on you. The disciples shifted uncomfortably at this warning. Some nodded with grim determination. Others exchanged meaningful looks with their closest friends as if establishing silent pacts of mutual observation. A few students near the back whispered among themselves, already speculating about who might be acting strangely. The younger disciples seemed particularly unsettled, their eyes darting back and forth between their classmates. The master's eyes swept across the students, his gaze lingering briefly on each face as if looking for any signs of unusual behavior, before narrowing on Jinghui, and by extension, me. My heart sank. This was it. I'd been caught already. Less than 5 minutes into this possession, and somehow the old monk had detected something wrong. But then Master Huang's stern expression softened slightly, the lines around his eyes crinkling with what looked like concern rather than suspicion. Chao Jinghui, he said, I'm glad to see you're unharmed, but you gave us quite a scare by running off during the emergency. What were you thinking? Forgive me, Master. Jinghui bowed respectfully. When I realized Yu Ganglai wasn't in our chamber, I couldn't bear the thought of leaving him behind. I know it was foolish to leave the barrier's protection, but I couldn't abandon my friend. Master Huang let out a sigh. The old teacher had watched these two boys grow up together, had seen their bond strengthen through years. He couldn't entirely condemn the impulse that had driven Jinghui to risk his own safety for friendship. Your loyalty to your fellow disciples is commendable, Master Huang said. But next time, trust in the temple's protections and the wisdom of your elders. We had contingency plans for separated students. Plans that didn't require you risking possession or worse. Yes, Master, Jinghui replied humbly. I understand. Good. Now then, let's return to our lesson. The return to normal lesson routine felt almost surreal after the morning's excitement. Master Huang led them through familiar forms and meditation exercises, his calm presence helping to settle the lingering nervousness that hung over the students. Throughout the afternoon, I found myself studying Yu Ganglai from the corner of Jinghui's vision. The poor kid kept stealing glances at his friend, clearly struggling with what he'd witnessed. Several times I caught him starting to say something, only to close his mouth and look away. He was trying his best to act normal, but worry radiated from him like heat from a forge. I really hope he doesn't crack. Jinghui, for his part, did a great job not showing any changes in behavior, focusing on the lesson with his usual struggle. As the hours passed, the oppressive spiritual weight that had been pressing against my consciousness began to lift somewhat, though I could still sense the realm's fundamental hostility to my presence. It was manageable, but I'd need to be careful not to draw too much attention to myself. While Jinghui navigated the social requirements of his situation, I delved deeper into his memories, trying to understand this world and the body I'd temporarily claimed. The mortal martial world was indeed a pure wuxia realm, just as its name suggested. Unlike the cultivation worlds I was familiar with, where spiritual techniques were commonplace and immortality was the ultimate goal, this place focused entirely on martial perfection within mortal limitations. Even the most advanced practitioners here lived and died as mortals, albeit mortals capable of incredible physical feats. The cultivation system reflected this philosophy. Instead of pursuing mystical transformation, martial artists here refined their bodies and spirits through disciplined training and combat. The stages were straightforward and practical. Martial foundation was purely physical conditioning, strengthening bones, muscles, and reflexes through repetitive training. Practitioners at this level were essentially peak human athletes with slightly enhanced durability and speed. Inner Pulse Realm, where Jinghui currently resided, marked the first step toward genuine supernatural ability. Martial qi began flowing through specific meridian pathways, but the focus remained on enhancing physical techniques rather than manifesting energy externally. A skilled inner pulse practitioner could punch through stone or move with blurring speed, but they couldn't throw fireballs or fly through the air. Form Unification Realm represented the marriage of technique and energy. Here, every movement became perfectly efficient, enhanced by martial qi that flowed in harmony with the practitioner's intentions. Masters at this level could create afterimages through speed alone and strike with enough force to shatter boulders. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. The higher realms continued this pattern of martial enhancement. Heartsteel realm practitioners could manifest their fighting intent as tangible spiritual pressure, while sect mastery allowed the creation of lasting martial legacies. Techniques that could be passed down through spiritual imprints even after death. What struck me most was how this world viewed spiritual techniques. In my experience, the ability to manipulate elements or manifest energy constructs was simply another tool in a cultivator's arsenal. Here, such abilities were considered demonic, corruptions of pure martial arts that led practitioners away from the true path of mortal excellence. Which explained why my spiritual manifestation had looked so ominous when I first descended. It wasn't that I was particularly demonic in nature. It was that this realm's laws automatically translated spiritual techniques into threatening, shadowy forms. Which brought me to the most troubling part of Jinghui's memories, his personal history. I'd known he had motivation for revenge. That much was obvious from his spiritual signature and our initial conversation. But the full details were worse than I'd expected. and that was saying something given my generally pessimistic outlook on family dynamics in cultivation worlds. Chao Mingshan hadn't been an evil older brother from birth. According to Jinghui's childhood memories, he'd actually been loving and protective, the kind of sibling who'd sneak extra food to his younger brother and teach him to tie his shoes. The transformation into a murderer had been gradual, the result of the Crimson Fist clan's blood cultivation methods slowly eroding his humanity. The night he killed their parents hadn't been planned. It had been an accident born of lost control. Exactly the kind of chi deviation that made spiritual cultivation so dangerous. Mingshan had genuinely loved his family, which made his crime even more tragic. He'd destroyed everything he cared about in a moment of uncontrolled power. But unlike certain famous anime characters who might share similar backstories, there was no secret heroic motive behind Mingshan's actions. No hidden sacrifice to protect his younger brother from a greater threat. No painful but necessary choice made for the good of the world. Chao Mingshan had simply let his pursuit of power override his moral foundations, and when the inevitable breakdown came, he'd killed the two people who loved him most. Then he'd run away rather than face the consequences, leaving his 7-year-old brother alone with their corpses and a lifetime of trauma. It was the kind of straightforward tragedy that was almost harder to process than more elaborate betrayals. If Mingshan had been secretly protecting Jinghui from some greater threat, or if the murders had served some higher purpose, there would at least be a framework for understanding and potentially forgiving the crime. Instead, it was just senseless destruction caused by someone who'd chosen power over family, with no deeper meaning or hidden justification. Mingshan had become exactly the kind of cultivator that gave the discipline a bad reputation. Someone who'd sacrificed their humanity for strength and couldn't handle the consequences. Which explained why Jinghui's desire for revenge burned so purely. This wasn't about misunderstanding or competing loyalties. This was about justice for a crime that had no excuse and a criminal who'd never showed remorse. And honestly, I found myself genuinely sympathetic to Jinghui's position. If someone murdered my parents and spent the next 10 years avoiding consequences while I was forced to pretend I'd forgiven them, yeah, I'd probably be plotting revenge too. By the time I was done going through Jinghui's memories, the afternoon lesson concluded with Master Huang's usual blessing for peaceful cultivation and harmonious advancement. Students began dispersing toward their evening activities. Some to the dining hall, others to personal practice sessions, most to the kind of socializing that helped process traumatic experiences. Jinghui and Yu Ganglai walked together toward the dormitory, maintaining their normal routine while carefully avoiding any mention of the morning's events. I could feel Yu Ganglia's eyes on us periodically, still processing what he'd witnessed and trying to reconcile it with his friend's apparently normal behavior. Jinghui, Yu Ganglai said quietly as they reached the dormitory entrance. Do you feel all right? Really? I feel better than I have in years, Jinghui replied honestly. I feel hope. Just be careful, all right? Yu Ganglai said. And remember what you promised. If you start changing in ways that worry me, you'll tell Master Huang everything, Jinghui finished. I remember. Thank you for trusting me with this, Yu Ganglai. I know it's asking a lot. After Yu Ganglai headed to his own sleeping area, Jinghui made his way through the corridors toward the temple's outer training grounds. These were smaller practice areas scattered throughout the mountain, designed for individual cultivation rather than group instruction. Most were simple stone chambers with basic training equipment, but they offered something more valuable than luxury: privacy. The particular chamber Jinghui chose was one he discovered years ago, tucked away behind a waterfall that muffled sound and blocked casual observation. The space was barely large enough for a single person to move freely, but it had served as his refuge during countless nights when nightmares made sleep impossible. As soon as the stone door sealed behind us, cutting off all outside interference, I felt Jinghui's consciousness step back and invite me forward. I opened my eyes with full control of the body once again, flexing my fingers and testing my range of motion. The chamber was exactly as Jinghui's memories had suggested. Sparse, functional, and completely private. Perfect for what I needed to do next. I sat cross-legged on the cultivation mat and channeled a thread of martial chi into my right palm. The energy pooled there, dense and heavy, completely different from the regular chi I was used to. It felt raw, primal even, like the distilled essence of a warrior's fighting spirit without any of the ethereal qualities I normally associated with cultivation energy. Jinghui remained silent in our shared mindscape, but I could feel his presence watching intently. He'd been quiet ever since I took control, probably trying to figure out what kind of being had possessed him. "It's fascinating," I murmured, rolling the martial chi between my fingers. Regular chi has both martial and spiritual aspects working together. But this stuff is purely martial. No spiritual component at all, which explained a lot about this world. The cultivators here weren't immortal cultivators pursuing eternal life and cosmic power. They were mortal martial artists, focused entirely on perfecting their combat abilities and physical techniques. Sure, they lived longer than regular mortals and could perform incredible feats, but they still aged. They still died eventually. But that didn't mean the civilization realm expert who created this inner world was weaker than other cultivators at that level. Actually, it might be the opposite. "Azure, I've been thinking," I said inwardly, knowing Jinghui couldn't hear my inner world spirit. The inhabitants of an inner world don't need to be individually powerful to benefit their creator, right? "That's correct, Master," Azure replied in my mind. "What matters is how well their cultivation aligns with and supports the creator's own path. A world full of weak but perfectly synchronized cultivators could provide more benefit than one filled with powerful but misaligned ones. This world's focus on pure martial cultivation, on discipline and technique over mystical power, probably fed directly into whatever martial Tao the creator followed. Every punch thrown, every form practiced, every breakthrough achieved through sweat and determination rather than enlightenment. It all added to their strength. "It's actually brilliant," I continued, still playing with the martial chi. "No distractions from spiritual pursuits. No cultivators abandoning martial practice to chase after pill refining or formation mastery. Just pure, focused martial development. But philosophical appreciation wouldn't help me win this tournament. I needed practical benefits I could take back with me. And when it came to hand-to-hand combat, there wasn't really a cheat code. You just had to practice more. Well, except for my world-walking ability. With the time differential between realms after the tournament, I could try find a realm that I could use as an extended training chamber. But I didn't want my martial arts to just be average. Practicing basic punches and kicks would only get me so far. What I really wanted was something like a martial aura. That tangible manifestation of fighting intent that Heartsteel realm cultivators could project. Or if I got really lucky, maybe I could grasp something similar to those echoes that Sect Mastery realm cultivators left behind. Techniques so perfected they continued existing even after the practitioner's death. But for Azure to have any chance of replicating something like that for my use back home, I'd need to advance Jinghui's cultivation to those realms before my time ran out. I glanced up at the sky visible through the window. A glowing number 5 hung there like a countdown timer. 5 days. That's all I had in this realm before the tournament pulled me back. Time to get to work. I turned my attention inward, examining Jinghui's cultivation base. The inner pulse realm was all about forming meridian rings, circular channels of martial chi that enhanced the body's natural energy flow. At peak inner pulse, a cultivator would have 13 rings. Jinghui only had 6. Fortunately, his memories included detailed instructions from Master Hong on forming new rings. I let the memory surface, experiencing it as if I'd been there myself. Master Hong stood in the training courtyard. "Listen carefully, young Chao. Forming a meridian ring isn't about forcing the energy. You must guide the martial chi in a complete circuit through your body, starting from your dantian." He demonstrated with his own energy, making it visible for teaching purposes. Up through the chest, across the shoulders, down the arms to the fingertips. Then back up, over the crown of your head, down your spine, through your legs to your toes, and finally returning to your dantian. One complete circuit. "But Master," young Jinghui had asked, "how do we make it form a ring instead of just circulating?" "Compression and intent," Master Hong replied. "As the energy completes its path, you compress it inward while maintaining the circular flow, like tightening a belt. The martial chi will naturally form a ring structure when properly compressed. Each ring must be perfectly balanced, or it will destabilize the others. The memory faded, leaving me with clear instructions. I gathered Jingwei's martial chi and began guiding it through the prescribed path. Up through the chest, across the shoulders, the energy sputtered and dispersed before I even reached my elbows. I sighed, not really surprised. I'd never focused much on body cultivation back in the cultivation world. My techniques were all about plant manipulation and energy attacks, not internal martial development. I wasn't used to working with just the martial aspect of chi, stripped of its spiritual component. Someone like Earth Fist Liu could probably break through multiple realms without breaking a sweat here. Having trouble, Master? Azure asked. The martial chi keeps breaking apart when I try to guide it, I admitted. It's like trying to push water uphill with just my thoughts. The energy wants to disperse instead of flowing in a circuit. Perhaps you're approaching it with the wrong energy type, Azure suggested. Martial chi might not be your path to victory here. He had a point. Time to see what my other energies could do in this realm. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. I started to reach for my regular chi, then stopped. The formations in this building would definitely detect spiritual energy. Another alarm would mean guards, investigations, maybe even elders getting involved. Too risky. Azure, what about Red Sun energy? I asked. Think it would work here? It might be worth trying, Azure replied thoughtfully. Red Sun energy specializes in physical transformation and enhancement. It's closer to martial energy than spiritual energy in many ways. And since this realm seems to categorize energies differently, right? In the Two Suns world, Red Sun exposure created physical mutations. The sun touched. The spiritual techniques only came through runic applications. I nodded slowly. But I need to be careful. This was the tricky part. While I was possessing Jinghui, my connection to the Genesis Seed would protect him from Red Sun corruption. But when I left, if I accidentally left traces of Red Sun energy in his system, it could drive him mad. He was already bloodthirsty enough without adding supernatural corruption to the mix. Last thing I wanted was to turn him into something worse than his brother. And there was always the possibility that Red Sun energy might affect this realm the way Blue Sun energy had corrupted the realm of the Chosen. Though that seemed less likely. The Blue Sun's corruption was all about mental influence and consciousness manipulation. Red Sun was more direct, more physical. Still, better to be cautious. I gathered a small amount of Red Sun energy from my inner world and channeled it into my palm. The energy that appeared was pure white. I blinked, staring at the pristine energy swirling above my hand. For a moment I was completely confused. Red Sun energy was supposed to be, well, red, crimson and hungry and aggressive. Then it clicked. This realm classified everything as either martial or spiritual. And apparently it recognized Red Sun energy as the absolute peak of martial energy. So pure and concentrated that it appeared white. Well, no point wasting time. I gathered the white energy and began guiding it through the meridian formation path Master Hong had described. Up through the chest, across the shoulders, down the arms, the energy flowed like water finding its natural course. No resistance, no dispersal. It completed the full circuit and compressed into a ring so easily I almost laughed. The 7th meridian ring snapped into place with an almost audible click. I didn't stop. Again and again, I circulated the white energy, each path flowing smoother than the last. 8 rings. 9. 10. In our shared mindscape, I felt Jingwei's consciousness jolt with shock. What? What are you doing? That's impossible. Each ring should take weeks of preparation. I ignored him, focused on the work. 11 rings. 12. The 13th ring was trickier. Not because the energy resisted, but because the first 12 created a natural barrier. This last ring had to encompass all the others while maintaining its own integrity. I pushed more Red Sun energy into the pattern, feeling it naturally adjust and adapt. The white energy spiraled outward, wrapping around the existing rings like a crown, then compressed inward to form the final ring. Peak inner pulse realm. In less time than it took to brew tea. How? Jinghui's voice was barely a whisper. Even senior brother took 3 months to form his 13th ring. And that white energy, I've never seen anything like it. I stayed quiet, already looking through his memories for the next breakthrough. Form unification realm, that was where the body and technique became one. Every cultivator had to choose a primary technique during this breakthrough, and that choice would define their future martial development. I should let you choose, I said, addressing Jinghui directly for the first time since taking control. This is your body, your future. What technique do you want to unify with? Silence for a moment. Then, you're asking me? Of course, I'm just borrowing your body for a tournament. You're the one who has to live with the consequences. So what'll it be? He hesitated, probably trying to process that the being possessing him was being considerate. Swift wind stepping. It's a movement technique focused on speed and evasion. I've been practicing it since I was 8. I found the technique in his memories. A series of quick, darting movements that emphasized unpredictability over raw speed. Not bad. The form unification process would require performing the technique while circulating energy through all 13 meridian rings simultaneously. I stood up and took the basic stance. Weight on the balls of my feet, knees slightly bent, arms loose at my sides. Then I began. The first step carried me 3 meters to the left, leaving a slight afterimage. The second took me diagonally backward. The third forward and spinning. All while the white energy coursed through my meridian rings in perfect synchronization. The breakthrough hit like lightning. Every muscle fiber in Jinghui's body suddenly aligned with the stepping technique. Tendons adjusted their tension. Bones shifted minutely in their sockets. Even the distribution of fast and slow-twitch muscle fibers reorganized. I could feel the body changing, becoming more suited to explosive movement. Legs lengthened slightly. Torso became leaner but denser with coiled strength. The transformation wasn't dramatic. Form unification was about optimization, not radical change. When it finished, I tested a simple step. My body moved before conscious thought, carrying me 5 meters instead of 3. The afterimage lasted a full second longer. Form unification realm achieved. But why stop there? I was already consulting the memories for Heartsteel realm requirements. This was where things got interesting. The realm where a cultivator's fighting intent became tangible. Where pure will could deflect attacks and suppress enemies. The process was more complex than the previous breakthroughs. It required compressing all of one's martial chi into the heart region while maintaining perfect emotional control. Too much aggression and the energy would explode outward. Too little and it wouldn't condense properly. I began drawing the white energy inward, feeling it pool around Jinghui's heart. The 13 meridian rings pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, each pulse drawing more energy into the center. Wait, you're attempting Heartsteel already? Jinghui's voice cracked with disbelief. People die attempting that breakthrough. The energy compression can stop your heart if you lose focus for even a moment. I kept my concentration steady, compressing more and more energy. The white light grew denser, brighter, until I could see it glowing through Jinghui's chest even with my eyes closed. Then came the moment of crystallization. The compressed energy suddenly solidified into something beyond mere chi, a tangible manifestation of martial will. I felt it spread outward from the heart, reinforcing every aspect of the body. And the physical changes this time were anything but subtle. Muscle mass increased dramatically, but not in a bulky, cumbersome way. Each muscle group expanded with dense, corded strength. Height increased by several centimeters as the skeletal structure reinforced itself. Even the skin toughened, taking on a subtle bronze sheen that spoke of incredible durability. Jinghui's body had transformed from a lean, quick fighter into something that looked like it could punch through stone walls, which, at Heartsteel realm, it probably could. I stood up, feeling the martial aura naturally emanating from the transformed body. It pressed against the walls of the cultivation chamber like invisible weight. When I clenched my fist, the aura condensed around it, creating visible distortions in the air. In the mindscape, Jingwei had gone completely silent. I actually worried for a moment that the shock had made him faint. Du conscious nesses fang? Was that even possible? I spent some time experimenting with the martial aura, seeing how it responded to different intentions. When I projected killing intent, the aura turned sharp and cutting, leaving thin scratches on the stone floor without any physical contact. When I shifted to protective intent, it became a nearly visible barrier around my body. This is exactly what I was hoping for, I told Azure. If you can analyze this while I'm using it, maybe we can replicate something similar back home. Already working on it, Master, Azure replied. After several minutes of practice, Jingwei finally spoke again. His voice was barely a whisper. Could you break through to Sect Mastery Realm? I paused in my movements, considering. Sect Mastery Realm was where cultivators either perfected an existing technique or created their own martial system. It was a qualitative leap beyond just having strong martial intent. Let's find out, I said. Master Hong held his calm, peaceful expression until the last student filed out of the training hall. The heavy wooden doors creaked shut, and only then did his shoulders slump forward. He reached up to rub his bald head, feeling the familiar smoothness beneath his palm. A descent. Now, of all times. The words escaped as barely more than a whisper. He walked to the window overlooking the temple grounds. Students hurried between buildings, some still shaken from the morning's events, others chattering excitedly about their first experience with otherworldly invaders. They had no idea how precarious their situation truly was. 3 weeks. It had been 3 weeks since Master Hong had found Grandmaster Wu in the Heaven's Peak meditation chamber. The old monk had been sitting in perfect lotus position, eyes closed, looking for all the world like he was simply deep in contemplation. But there had been no breath, no heartbeat, no spiritual fluctuation. The current leader of their Iron Body Temple, their only heaven-breaking realm cultivator, had passed away during his morning meditation. Master Hong had sealed the chamber immediately. He told the other elders that Grandmaster Wu had entered deep seclusion, attempting to break through to an even higher realm. It wasn't entirely a lie. The Grandmaster had been exploring the boundaries beyond heaven-breaking when his life force simply stopped. If word got out, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Crimson Fist clan would descend like wolves, eager to claim the temple's territories and ancient manuals. The Serpent Flow Pavilion had been eyeing their southern training grounds for decades. Even the normally neutral Hidden Scroll Library might be tempted by their collection of martial texts. Without a heaven-breaking cultivator to deter them, the Iron Body Temple would be carved up and devoured within days. Master Hong had managed to maintain the illusion so far. He'd forged messages from the Grandmaster, arranged for meals to be delivered to the sealed chamber, even staged brief glimpses of a figure in Grandmaster Wu's robes walking the highest balconies at dawn. The other elders suspected nothing. The students certainly didn't. But a descent changed everything. Otherworldly beings had ways of sensing power levels that mortal cultivators couldn't hide. If even one of them realized the temple's strongest protector was gone, he sighed again, turning away from the window. His students trusted him to keep them safe. They were more than disciples to him. Over the decades, he'd watched them grow from fumbling children into capable martial artists. He'd bandaged their training injuries, celebrated their breakthroughs, comforted them through failures. They were his children in every way that mattered. His thoughts drifted to Jingwei, and his expression grew even more troubled. The memory surfaced unbidden, as clear as if it had happened yesterday rather than 9 years ago. A cold winter morning, frost coating the temple steps. Master Hong had been supervising the dawn training when he'd noticed the small figure huddled by the main gate. The child couldn't have been more than 8 years old. His clothes were torn and filthy, hanging loose on a frame that spoke of too many missed meals. Dark circles shadowed eyes that held far too much pain for someone so young. He'd been clutching a small bundle to his chest, shivering in the bitter wind. Master Hong had approached slowly, not wanting to startle the boy. "Hello there, young one. Are you lost?" The child had looked up at him with those hollow eyes. "My parents are dead," The words came out flat, emotionless. My brother killed them. Even now, Master Hong remembered the chill that had run through him at that pronouncement. Not from the words themselves, but from the complete absence of feeling behind them. This wasn't a child processing grief. This was a child who had shut down entirely to survive. What's your name? Master Hong had asked gently. Chao Jinghui. Well, Chao Jinghui, you must be cold. Would you like to come inside? We have warm food and a fire. The boy had studied him for a long moment, as if trying to determine whether this was some kind of trap. Finally, he'd nodded once, a sharp jerk of his head. Master Hong had led him to the kitchen, where the breakfast preparations were underway. The cooks had fussed over the small, bedraggled figure, pressing bowl after bowl of rice porridge and steamed buns into his hands. Jinghui had eaten mechanically, without pleasure or gratitude, simply filling an empty stomach. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Do you have anywhere to go? Master Hong had asked once the boy had eaten his fill. No. Any other family? No. Would you like to stay here for a while? The Iron Body Temple accepts students of all backgrounds. You could learn martial arts, have a place to sleep, regular meals. For the first time, something had flickered in those dead eyes. Not hope exactly, but interest. Martial arts? You could teach me to be strong. We could teach you many things. Strength is just one of them. I want to be strong enough that no one can hurt me again. The boy's small hands had clenched into fists. Strong enough to kill him. Master Hong had felt his heart sink. Already, at 8 years old, the poison of revenge had taken root. But he'd smiled gently and said, "One step at a time, young Jinghui. First, let's get you cleaned up and find you a place to sleep. The rest can come later." The memory faded, leaving Master Hong with the same helpless feeling he'd carried for 9 years. He'd tried everything to guide Jinghui away from his dark path. Extra meditation sessions focusing on compassion and forgiveness. Long discussions about the temple's philosophy of protection over destruction. Personal attention and care that he hoped might heal some of the boy's emotional wounds. None of it had worked. Oh, Jinghui went through the motions. He attended every lesson, performed every meditation, recited every sutra. But Master Hong could see the truth in his eyes. The boy was like a smith working at a forge, and everything the temple taught him was just another piece of metal to be hammered into a weapon. A weapon aimed at one target, his brother. Master Hong looked down at his own hand, watching the golden martial chi flow across his palm. At Sect Mastery Realm, his techniques had transcended mere physical force. A single palm strike from him could shatter a mountain or stop a heart without harming the vessel. He'd taken lives before when necessary to protect the innocent. But the thought of using that power against Jinghui... No. He shook his head sharply. It won't come to that. He's still young. There's still time to reach him. But even as he said it, he wondered if he was lying to himself. What would he do if Jinghui succeeded in his revenge and became the very monster he sought to destroy? Could Master Hong really strike down the boy he'd raised? The child he'd taught to read and write, who'd fallen asleep against his shoulder during long sutra readings, who'd clung to his robes during nightmares about blood and death. He didn't know, and that uncertainty terrified him more than any otherworldly invader ever could. Master Hong forced himself to move, to continue his daily routine. The temple needed him to be strong, to maintain the illusion that everything was normal. He made his rounds, checking on the recovery of students who'd panicked during the descent alarm, reviewing supply lists with the quartermaster, discussing patrol schedules with the senior disciples. The sun had climbed past its zenith when it happened. The aura erupted like a volcano, Sect Mastery Realm power flooding across the temple grounds with unrestrained force. Master Hong's teacup shattered in his grip as he shot to his feet. What in the ancestors' name? He knew that feeling intimately, the overwhelming presence of someone who had just broken through to sect mastery. But which elder had achieved it? Master Han had been close for years but seemed content at peak heartsteel. Master Lu talked about attempting the breakthrough but always found excuses to delay. Master Wang had the potential but lacked the crucial insights about legacy techniques. Whoever it was clearly didn't know the first rule of achieving sect mastery. Hide it immediately. The breakthrough to sect mastery couldn't be concealed without specific formations. Every cultivator within 100 li would sense it. Every ambitious clan and sect would know that the Iron Body Temple had just gained another supreme expert. Or so they would think. If only they knew the truth about Grandmaster Wu. Master Hong's form blurred and vanished. He reappeared an instant later at the hidden waterfall training ground, the place the aura was coming from. Water cascaded down the rocks, misting the small chamber with cool droplets. A figure stood in the center, and Master Hong's breath caught in his throat. Jinghui. But not Jinghui. The boy's body had transformed dramatically. Where once stood a lean, underfed 17-year-old, now stood someone who looked like they'd been carved from bronze and steel. Muscles coiled with perfect density, height increased by several centimeters, skin carrying that subtle metallic sheen that marked a heart-steel body cultivation. The transformation was so complete it was almost unrecognizable. Jinghui was testing his limbs with slow, careful movements. He clenched and unclenched his fists, rolled his shoulders, twisted his torso as if familiarizing himself with an entirely new form. I didn't expect to make such a commotion, the thing wearing Jinghui's face murmured. The voice was Jinghui's, but the tone, the cadence, the very way the words were shaped, all wrong. Master Hong took an involuntary step backward, his mind reeling. This morning, Jinghui had been a struggling Inner Pulse Realm student who could barely complete the flowing mountain kata. Now he radiated the power of a sect mastery expert, his very presence warping the air around him with condensed martial qi. No advancement was that fast. No pill, no treasure, no secret technique could take someone from Inner Pulse to sect mastery in a matter of hours. It was impossible. Unless the truth hit Master Hong deep in his core. Those eyes looking out from Jinghui's transformed face held none of the boy's familiar anger. None of his barely contained rage or desperate hunger for power. They were calm, analytical, almost curious as they examined the changes to the body. This wasn't Jinghui at all. This was the otherworldly being. I stared at Master Hong standing there in the entrance, water droplets from the waterfall catching the light around him. This was exactly what I'd been trying to avoid. The whole point of finding this isolated training chamber was to keep my experiments private, but apparently I'd underestimated just how far a sect mastery breakthrough would travel. Master Hong, I said carefully, I can explain. The monk's hurt expression twisted with rage, and suddenly the air around him exploded with golden light. His martial aura burst outward with such force that the waterfall actually reversed direction for a moment. Water shooting upward before gravity reasserted itself. The stone beneath his feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern. My eyes widened. This was bad. Really, really bad. 1 second Master Hong was standing by the entrance. The next, he simply wasn't there anymore. Pure instinct saved me. I threw my arms up, channeling every bit of martial qi I could into reinforcing them. Master Hong's palm strike connected with my crossed forearms, and despite my defense, the impact felt like getting hit by a freight train made of concentrated violence. I went flying backward through the air, the world spinning around me. The stone wall of the chamber rushed toward my back at alarming speed. I twisted my body using the swift wind stepping technique that was now part of my muscle memory, and managed to flip myself around. My feet hit the wall first, knees bending to absorb the impact. Then I pushed off and landed in a fighting stance about 10 meters from where I'd started. My arms throbbed with pain despite the reinforcement. If I hadn't blocked that strike, if it had hit my chest or head directly, Master Hong stood where I'd been moments before, his eyes burning with an intensity that made my stomach drop. He wasn't looking at me like a teacher disappointed in a student. He was looking at me like I'd personally murdered everyone he'd ever cared about. This was really bad. I'd just broken through to Sect Mastery Realm 5 seconds ago. I had the raw power, sure, but zero experience using it in actual combat. Against someone who'd been at this level for probably decades? Someone who knew every trick, every technique, every subtle application of martial aura that I hadn't even discovered yet? I wasn't confident about staying alive, much less winning this fight. My mind raced through options. Running seemed like the obvious choice, but where would I go? This was Master Hong's home territory. He knew every path, every hiding spot, and with his experience advantage, he'd probably catch me before I made it past the waterfall. Fighting was out of the question. Even if I somehow got lucky and won, that would just make things worse. Killing a respected elder of the Iron Body Temple? Every martial artist in the province would hunt me down. Maybe I could try talking? Explain that I wasn't actually a demon, that I'd made a deal with Jinghui, that, let me talk to him. Jinghui's voice caught me off guard. I'd gotten so used to him being a silent observer that hearing him speak up was jarring. Why? I asked internally, not breaking eye contact with Master Hong. I think I can convince him. He raised me. He knows me better than anyone. If anyone can make him understand, it's me. I wasn't sure words would be enough here. Master Hong looked ready to tear me apart with his bare hands. But what other options did I have? If Jinghui thought he could defuse this situation. All right, I said. It's your show. I pulled back, letting Jinghui's consciousness flow forward into control of his body. The change must have shown in the body language or expression, because Master Hong's eyes widened slightly. Jinghui, he whispered, his fighting stance wavering. You're not dead? Yes, Master. It's me. I'm still alive. Jinghui's voice carried all the respect and affection of a student addressing a beloved teacher. I know how this looks. I know what you must be thinking. But please, just listen to me for a moment. Master Hong's martial aura flickered, the golden light dimming slightly, but he didn't lower his guard. How do I know it's really you? The creatures that descend are masters of deception. It could be mimicking your mannerisms, using your memories against me. You found me at the gate 9 years ago, Jinghui said quietly. It was winter. I was holding my mother's hair ornament, the only thing I managed to grab before running from home. You gave me rice porridge and asked if I wanted to learn martial arts. When I said I wanted to be strong enough to kill my brother, you didn't judge me. You just said one step at a time. Master Hong's breath caught. That wasn't the kind of detail recorded in any official records. Only the two of them would know about that first conversation. And now maybe the otherworldly being. And you've spent every year since trying to save me from my hatred, Jinghui continued. Extra meditation sessions where you'd talk about compassion while I pretended to listen. The time you accidentally left that sutra about forgiveness on my sleeping mat. When you took me to visit the graves of the Tan family, killed in a revenge cycle that lasted 3 generations. Stop! Master Hong's voice cracked. Even if you are Jinghui, that thing inside you is corrupting you. Look at what it's done to your body. You've advanced from inner pulse to sect mastery in hours. No honest cultivation can achieve that. You're right, Jinghui admitted. It's not normal cultivation. But Master, the being inside me isn't evil. He's helped me more in a few hours than I could have achieved in decades of training alone. You can't trust what it says. Master Hong's aura flared again. These creatures lie. They promise power, wealth, whatever you desire most. Then they consume you from within. He's already given me the power, Jinghui said. If he wanted to consume me, why wait? Why bother teaching me to form meridian rings properly? Why ask my permission for which technique to unify with? Why let me speak to you now instead of fighting? Master Hong's jaw clenched. Deception. Complex, elaborate deception. Master. Jinghui's voice grew soft. I know you're worried about me. You always have been. You've watched me carry this hatred for 9 years, probably wondering when I'd snap, when I'd become the monster you couldn't save. But this being, this cultivator from another realm, he's not pushing me toward darkness. He's just giving me the tools I've always wanted. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. Tools to kill your brother. Yes, Jinghui didn't flinch from the truth. But you knew I'd never let that go. You knew from the day you found me that I'd spend my whole life pursuing revenge. At least now I have a chance. I should never have taken you in. Master Hong's words came out like physical pain. I thought I could save you. I thought if I showed you enough kindness, enough of the right path, you'd let go of your hatred. But I failed. And now you've invited darkness into your soul, and I have to. His aura condensed, becoming so dense it was almost solid. The golden light compressed into geometric patterns that hung in the air around him. I could see actual words forming in the patterns, ancient script that seemed to carry the weight of absolute law. I was the one who accepted you into this temple, Master Hong said, his voice heavy with grief. I'm responsible for what you've become. It's my duty to correct this mistake. Forgive me, my child. He then vanished. Damn it. I tried to surge forward to retake control from Jinghui, but the transition took a precious fraction of a second. Too slow. Way too slow. Master Hong materialized directly in front of us, his palm already in motion. I could see the attack coming with perfect clarity, could see the compressed martial aura around his hand that would not just kill the body but completely destroy my spiritual manifestation. This wasn't just a killing blow. This was instant elimination. Time seemed to slow down. The palm descended toward Jinghui's chest. I couldn't dodge, couldn't block, couldn't do anything but watch death approaching. The palm missed by a millimeter. Master Hong's hand passed so close to Jinghui's chest that the fabric of his robes disintegrated from the proximity. The force of the strike continued past us, and the entire back wall of the training chamber simply ceased to exist. Stone, water, even the air itself was torn apart by the attack's passage. I could see clear through to the forest beyond. Trees turned to splinters for 100 meters in a perfectly straight line. But Jinghui remained untouched. When the dust settled, Master Hong had fallen to his knees. His head slumped forward, and his shoulders shook. At first, I thought he was injured, maybe some kind of chi deviation from pulling his strike at the last possible moment. Then I heard his words. I can't do it. His voice broke on the words. I can't kill you. 9 years I've watched over you. 9 years I've tried to be the father you lost. And now, when duty demands I end your life to prevent a greater evil, I can't even do that right. In our mind space, Jinghui had gone completely silent. I could feel his shock, the emotional whiplash of thinking he was about to die only to realize his master had deliberately missed. The man who'd raised him for 9 years, who'd just declared it his duty to kill him, couldn't bring himself to follow through. Master Hong looked so small kneeling there. Not like a sect mastery expert who could level mountains, but like an old man who'd just failed at something vital. I approached slowly, carefully. Master Hong didn't react as I knelt beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder. He looked up, and I could see in his eyes that he knew it wasn't Jinghui looking back at him. Are you going to kill me now? He asked. No fear in his voice, just tired acceptance. I shook my head. I didn't lie to Jinghui. I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here for a battle. A tournament in my own realm. When it's done, I'll leave, and Jinghui will have his body back along with the cultivation I've helped him achieve. I helped the old monk to his feet. He was heavier than he looked, dense with muscle despite his age. The look he gave me was different from before, carrying a hint of hope. I know my foolish disciple didn't make a heavenly pact with you, Master Hong said, brushing dust from his robes. Anyone can speak pretty words, but a pact, that would make me feel better about this situation. A heavenly pact. They were basically unbreakable contracts enforced by the laws of heaven itself. Or in this case, probably the laws of the realm. Sure, I said. If that'll make you both more comfortable, I'm happy to take a pact. Master Hong's eyes widened slightly, probably surprised I'd agreed so easily. He gestured for me to raise my right hand, then began speaking in a formal tone. By the laws of heaven and earth, by the martial way that flows through all things, speak your oath. Cleared my throat. I swear by the heavenly Tao that I will not harm the Iron Body Temple or any innocent people of this realm. I'm here only to participate in a tournament in my own world. When my time is up, I'll return Chao Jinghui's body to him, along with all the cultivation I've helped him achieve. This I swear. The moment the words left my mouth, something changed. The oppressive pressure that had been pushing against my spiritual manifestation since I arrived suddenly vanished. It felt like I'd been carrying a heavy backpack without realizing it, and someone had just lifted it off my shoulders. But immediately, a different kind of restriction settled into place. I could feel it wrapping around my ability to manipulate martial chi, not blocking it but monitoring it. Watching. Waiting. The realm has accepted your oath, Master Hong explained. It no longer sees you as an invader to be expelled. But understand this, if you break your promise, if you harm the temple or innocent people, you'll immediately lose all ability to manipulate martial chi in this realm. You'll be helpless. That's fine, I said, and I meant it. I had no intention of going on a killing spree or anything crazy like that. Master Hong studied my face, Jingwei's face, for a long moment. Then he sighed deeply. What's your name, spirit? Ku'in. Well, Ku'in, I suppose we should discuss what happens next. The entire temple will have sensed that sect mastery breakthrough. Questions will be asked. Stories will need to be told. I smiled, feeling the tension finally starting to drain away. This had gone a lot better than expected. Sure, I'd nearly been obliterated by a grief-stricken monk, but now I had an ally who understood the situation. Someone who could help navigate the political complications of a disciple jumping several realms in one afternoon. I'm open to suggestions, I said. What do you think we should tell them? I sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, watching the afternoon sunlight filter through the training room's single window. This chamber was different from the waterfall cave where I'd nearly gotten myself killed earlier. Larger, more formal, with proper formation arrays carved into the stone walls for containing spiritual energy fluctuations. The kind of place where serious martial arts instruction happened. 3 hours had passed since my confrontation with Master Hong. The excuse he had come up with for Jingwei's sudden breakthrough was actually pretty clever. He'd told the other elders that Jingwei had discovered a hidden cultivation manual left behind by his deceased parents. According to the story, the manual contained a special technique for rapid advancement that could only be activated by someone with Jingwei's specific bloodline. The technique supposedly burned through years of accumulated potential all at once, explaining both the dramatic physical transformation and the jump to sect mastery realm. It's not entirely a lie, Master Hong had explained earlier. Your advancement did burn through Jingwei's accumulated potential. I simply omitted the part about otherworldly assistance. The other elders had accepted the explanation without too much questioning. Apparently, stories of hidden bloodline techniques weren't uncommon in martial arts literature, even if they were usually just fantasy. The fact that Jingwei had always been considered talentless actually helped sell the story. Everyone loved a tale about hidden potential finally awakening. What really impressed me was how quickly Master Hong had shifted from trying to kill me to actively helping cover up my presence. I suppose when someone you've raised for 9 years is involved, pragmatism takes over. The old monk clearly wanted me gone as soon as possible, but he also wanted to make sure Jingwei benefited from our arrangement. Since you'll be leaving in a few days anyway, he'd said, we might as well make the most of it. I'll teach you everything I can about sect mastery techniques. The knowledge will stay with Jingwei when you're gone. I'd accepted immediately. This was exactly what I'd been hoping for. Direct instruction from an experienced master who could explain the principles behind these advanced martial techniques. If Azure could analyze how martial aura and martial echoes worked, maybe we could develop something similar for use back in the cultivation world. I was more than satisfied with the effect of red sun energy in this realm. The multiple breakthroughs had blown my expectations out of the water. And now that I was no longer an enemy of the realm, I couldn't wait to find out what the others did. But for time being, I had to be patient and learn what I could about martial chi from the expert. The door slid open with barely a whisper of sound and Master Hong entered carrying a wooden tray with 2 cups of tea. Green tea, he said, setting the tray between us and settling into his own meditation position. It helps focus the mind for advanced instruction. I picked up one of the cups, inhaling the earthy aroma. The liquid was almost too hot to drink, but I sipped it anyway, feeling the warmth spread through Jingwei's body. We don't have much time, so I'll be direct, Master Hong said. What exactly do you want to learn? Everything? I said, then caught myself. But specifically, I want to understand how these techniques work on a fundamental level. In my realm, we have different methods for achieving similar effects. I'm hoping to compare approaches. Master Hong raised an eyebrow. You're remarkably scholarly for an otherworldly invader. I prefer to think of myself as an exchange student. That actually got a small smile from him. Very well. Let's start with martial aura, since you've already manifested one. Can you show it to me? I set down the teacup and closed my eyes, reaching for that crystallized energy around Jinghui's heart. The martial aura responded immediately, flowing outward like invisible fire. I could feel it pressing against the walls, the floor, even the air itself. When I opened my eyes, Master Hong was nodding with what looked like approval. Not bad for someone who achieved Heartsteel Realm a few hours ago, he admitted. Your control is surprisingly stable. But tell me, what do you think martial aura actually is? I considered the question. Compressed martial chi that's been crystallized through willpower? It responds to intent and can influence the physical world without direct contact. Technically correct, but incomplete. Master Hong raised his own hand, and golden light began spiraling around his fingers. Unlike my crude manifestation, his aura moved fluidly, forming complex patterns that shifted and evolved as I watched. Martial aura isn't just compressed energy. It's the physical manifestation of your martial philosophy, your understanding of combat itself. The golden patterns around his hand suddenly sharpened, becoming blade-like. Then they softened into flowing water, then hardened into geometric shields. Each transformation happened instantaneously, responding to some internal shift in his mindset. This is why two Heartsteel cultivators can have completely different aura properties, he continued. Your aura reflects who you are as a martial artist. Someone focused on overwhelming offense will produce cutting, piercing effects. Someone dedicated to protection creates barriers and deflection fields. I studied the way his aura moved, trying to understand the underlying principles. So, the geometric formations aren't random? They're like a language? Yes. In the Iron Body Temple, we call it the script of will. Each cultivator develops their own patterns based on their personal Tao and life experiences. My aura carries the concepts of protection, teaching, and patient endurance, because those are the principles that define my cultivation. He demonstrated by shifting his aura's structure. The golden light rearranged itself, and suddenly I could feel the concepts he'd described. Not just see them, but experience them directly. For a moment, I felt completely safe, like nothing in the world could harm me as long as this man was present. That's incredible, I breathed. You're literally transmitting abstract concepts through energy manipulation. Exactly. Master Hong's aura faded back to its baseline golden glow. Now, what does your aura tell me about your martial philosophy? I looked down at the subtle distortions around my own hands. The energy felt dense, heavy, but also strangely adaptable. It didn't have the sharp focus of a dedicated fighter or the defensive solidity of a protector. Instead, it seemed to shift between different states depending on what I was thinking about. I'm not sure, I admitted. It feels versatile, like it's trying to be ready for multiple different approaches. Master Hong stroked his beard thoughtfully. That's unusual. Most martial artists develop a primary focus by the time they reach Heartsteel. Your aura suggests someone with extensive experience in many different combat styles, but no deep specialization in any single approach. That actually made sense. From the top of my head, for just different types of energy, I could list Qi, Red Sun Energy, Blue Sun Energy, Harmonic Essence, Xian Yi, Rookie, and now Martial Qi. And then there were the runes, formations, and calligraphy. It was clear that I was competent in multiple areas but hadn't really mastered any particular path. Is that a weakness? I asked. Not necessarily. Adaptability has its own strengths, but it does make certain advanced techniques more difficult to achieve. Master Hong gestured for me to try manipulating my aura. Concentrate on a specific intent. Pick one goal and focus your entire will on achieving it. I thought about protection, imagining my aura as a shield. The energy around my hands thickened slightly, but it felt forced, artificial. Try a fence, Master Hong suggested. I switched to imagining my aura as a weapon. Again, some change, but nothing dramatic. Interesting. Master Hong's eyes narrowed as he studied my attempts. Your aura resists specialization. It wants to remain flexible rather than committing to a single approach. That's not something I've seen at this level before. Master, Azure's voice spoke in my mind. This might be because you're not actually from this world. Your martial philosophy is shaped by cultivation techniques rather than pure martial arts. The aura is trying to reflect that broader foundation. That made sense. My combat experience came from a world where martial prowess was just one aspect of overall cultivation. Of course, my aura would be different from someone who'd focused exclusively on physical combat techniques. Can I ask you something? I said to Master Hong. What happens if someone tries to force their aura into a shape that doesn't match their true nature? Qi deviation, usually. Sometimes explosive, sometimes gradual corruption of the energy pathways. Master Hong's expression grew serious. Why? Are you considering trying to reshape your fundamental martial nature? No, just curious about the underlying principles. I tried another experiment, this time not forcing my aura toward any particular goal but simply observing how it naturally wanted to move. The energy felt more comfortable this way, flowing in subtle spirals that suggested both offense and defense held in perfect balance. Good, Master Hong said, apparently noticing the change. You're learning to work with your nature rather than against it. That's the first step toward truly advanced aura manipulation. He stood up smoothly, his own aura expanding to fill the entire room. The golden light was warm but carried an unmistakable sense of authority, the presence of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. Now, let me show you something more advanced. This technique is called aura projection. Instead of keeping the energy close to your body, you extend it outward to affect distant targets. Master Hong raised his hand toward the far wall. His golden aura stretched across the room like visible sunlight, moving with deliberate slowness so I could observe the process. When the energy reached the stone wall, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it seemed to settle into the rock itself, and I watched in fascination as hairline cracks began forming in a perfect spiral pattern. The key is maintaining coherent intent across distance, he explained, drawing his aura back. Most novices try to force the energy outward, but that just causes it to scatter and weaken. True projection requires you to extend your will first, then allow the aura to follow that mental pathway. I tried to replicate the technique, reaching out with my consciousness toward the same wall. My aura followed, though much less smoothly than Master Hong's demonstration. When the energy touched the stone, it created a small scorch mark, but nothing like the precise pattern he'd achieved. Not bad for a first attempt, Master Hong said. Your aura reached the target and maintained enough coherence to cause physical effects. With practice, you could develop this into a viable range technique. How far can aura projection extend? I asked. Depends on the practitioner's will and the density of their crystallized energy. I can maintain effective projection up to about 50 meters. Some masters can reach twice that distance. I filed that information away for later analysis. Azure was probably already calculating how similar techniques might work with Qi or Sun energy back home. Master Hong returned to his seated position. That covers the fundamentals of advanced aura manipulation. Now, let's discuss something even more interesting. Have you heard of martial echoes? I only knew a little from Jingwei's memory, so I shook my head. Martial echoes are the signature technique of Sect Mastery Realm. They represent the cultivation stage where your techniques become so perfected that they gain a form of independent existence. Master Hong's expression grew reverent. An echo is a martial technique that continues to exist even after the practitioner dies. It's how masters pass down their most profound insights to future generations. This sounded incredible. Techniques that could exist independently of their creators? That had massive implications for martial development and knowledge preservation. How is that possible? I asked. What gives the technique independent existence? Perfection, Master Hong said simply. When a martial artist achieves complete understanding of a technique, when they've refined it to the point where no further improvement is possible, the technique transcends its physical limitations. It becomes an echo. He stood again, moving to the center of the room. Let me demonstrate with something simple. This is the iron palm technique, refined over 50 years of practice. Master Hong raised his right hand, and I immediately felt the change in the room's atmosphere. His martial aura condensed around his palm. But this was different from the projection technique he'd shown me earlier. The energy felt denser, more permanent, like it was carving itself into reality rather than just manipulating physical matter. When he brought his palm down in a slow, controlled movement, the technique seemed to echo his motion. For just a moment, I could see a ghostly afterimage following the same path, a perfect duplicate of the strike that existed independent of his physical form. The echo contains everything I understand about this technique, Master Hong explained as the afterimage faded. The optimal timing, the precise energy flow, the perfect body mechanics. If I were to die tomorrow, that echo could still be accessed by a worthy student who understood how to resonate with it. I struggled to find words. That's essentially immortality for martial knowledge. The technique literally outlives its creator. Exactly. This is why sect mastery is considered the beginning of true martial transcendence. Below this realm, techniques are simply physical actions enhanced by energy. Above this realm, techniques become something more than the sum of their parts. I thought about the implications. Usually, I'm so preoccupied about my own cultivation that I forget to consider the future. If Azure could analyze and understand how martial echoes worked, could we create something similar with cultivation techniques back home? Imagine being able to leave behind perfect copies of formation arrays or plant manipulation methods that future students could access directly, whether that be in the cultivation world or my inner world. How many echoes can a single practitioner create? I asked. Most masters achieve 1 or 2 in their entire lifetime. Each echo requires not just technical perfection, but also deep philosophical understanding of what the technique represents. It's not enough to simply perform the movements correctly. You must understand why each element exists, how it relates to combat as a whole, what principles it embodies. Master Hong returned to his seat, but his expression remained thoughtful. Creating an echo is considered one of the highest achievements in martial arts. Some masters spend decades attempting to perfect a single technique enough to achieve echo status. Have you created any echoes yourself? 2, he said with quiet pride. The iron palm you just saw and a defensive technique called compassionate shield. Both took me over 50 years to perfect. I found myself genuinely impressed. No wonder Master Hong commanded such respect in the temple. Achieving multiple martial echoes was apparently an extraordinary accomplishment. Could you show me the process? I asked. I mean, obviously I can't create an echo in one afternoon, but I'd like to understand how the technique formation works. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Master Hong studied my face, probably trying to gauge my motivations. I suppose there's no harm in explaining the theory, but understand that attempting to create an echo prematurely can damage your cultivation foundation. The energy requirements are enormous, and failure can cause permanent chi deviation. I understand. I just want to learn the principles. Very well. Master Hong gestured toward the open space in the center of the room. Stand up and demonstrate any technique you're comfortable with. Something simple that you feel confident performing. I rose and moved to the center, thinking about what to show him. Most of my combat techniques relied on chi plant manipulation or Tucson energy, neither of which would work well in this realm. But the swift wind stepping technique was now ingrained in Jingwei's muscle memory thanks to the form unification breakthrough. I took the starting stance and began the stepping pattern. Left, diagonal back, forward spin, each movement flowing into the next with the enhanced speed and precision of form unification mastery. When I finished the sequence, I was standing about 3 meters from where I'd started, having traced a complex pattern through the air. Good, Master Hong said. Clean execution, proper energy flow. Now, tell me what you think that technique is actually about. Not the mechanics, but the underlying concept. I considered the question carefully. Evasion through unpredictability? The goal is to make it impossible for opponents to predict where you'll be next. Correct. And what martial principle does that embody? Survival through adaptation. Being flexible enough to respond to any threat. Master Hong nodded. A reasonable interpretation. Now, to create an echo of that technique, you would need to achieve perfect understanding of every aspect of unpredictable movement. Not just the physical patterns, but the mental state required, the optimal energy distribution, the ways it connects to broader combat strategies. You'd need to refine it until no further improvement was possible. He gestured for me to return to my seat. The process typically takes years of focused practice. A master will perform the same technique millions, if not billions of times, each repetition revealing new subtleties, new areas for improvement. Only when every aspect reaches absolute perfection can the echo be formed. And then you perform the technique one final time, pouring your complete understanding into it along with a significant portion of your life force. If your understanding is truly perfect, the technique will resonate with the fundamental laws of martial cultivation. It will gain independent existence as an echo. The risk in that process was obvious. Pouring life force into a technique that might not achieve echo status could seriously damage or even kill the practitioner. It sounds incredibly dangerous, I said. It is, but for those who succeed, the rewards are beyond measure. An echo becomes part of your martial legacy, a gift you can leave to future generations. Some say it's the closest thing to immortality that mortal martial artists can achieve. Master Hong finished his tea and set the cup aside. Now then, I want you to attempt something much simpler. Not creating an echo, but learning to sense them. The temple contains several echoes left by previous masters. If you can develop the sensitivity to perceive them, you'll understand much more about how they function. He stood and moved to the far corner of the room, placing his palm against what looked like ordinary stone wall. There's a very old echo embedded here. It was created by the temple's founding master over 2,000 years ago. Can you feel anything unusual about this section of wall? I approached carefully, extending my spiritual sense. At first, the stone felt completely normal. But as I focused more intently, I began to notice something subtle. A faint resonance, like an echo of an echo, barely detectable but definitely present. There's something there, I said. It feels like a memory embedded in the stone. Exactly. Master Hong smiled, the first genuinely pleased expression I'd seen from him. You have natural sensitivity to echoes. That's quite rare. I pressed my palm against the stone, trying to understand what I was sensing. The resonance was incredibly complex, layers upon layers of technique and understanding compressed into what felt like a single moment frozen in time. This echo contains the founding master's greatest defensive technique, Master Hong explained. Students can meditate on it to gain insights into advanced protection methods. But accessing an echo requires more than just sensitivity. You need to resonate with the technique's fundamental principles. How do you do that? Practice, mostly, and deep understanding of your own martial path. Master Hong stepped back. But that's enough theory for now. It's time for you to attempt something practical. He gestured toward the center of the room. I want you to try creating what we call a proto-echo. It's not a true echo, just a temporary imprint of a technique. If you can manage that, it will prove you understand the basic principles. I moved to the center of the training space, feeling both excited and nervous. This was exactly the kind of advanced knowledge I'd hoped to gain from this realm. If Azure could analyze the process of creating even a temporary echo, it might open up entirely new possibilities for technique development back home. Remember, Master Hong said, you're not trying to achieve perfection. Just focus on pouring your understanding of the swift wind stepping technique into a single, perfect execution. Let your intent guide the energy, and see if you can leave even the faintest impression behind. I took the starting stance, centering myself. This was my chance to push the boundaries of what I thought was possible in martial arts. The swift wind stepping technique felt natural in Jingwei's body now, each muscle group perfectly aligned with the movement pattern. I gathered my martial aura, feeling it flow outward from my crystallized heart. The golden white energy wrapped around me like a second skin. "Remember," Master Hong said from his position near the wall, "you're not trying to force the technique into permanence. Let your understanding guide the energy naturally." I nodded and began the stepping sequence. Left foot forward, diagonal back, spinning advance. The movements flowed smoothly, my body responding with the enhanced speed of form unification. But when I tried to pour my understanding into the technique, something went wrong. The martial aura surged chaotically, breaking apart from the movement pattern. Instead of leaving even a faint impression, the energy scattered like smoke in wind. Worse, the backlash hit my meridians hard. Sharp pain lanced through my chest as the failed attempt disrupted my internal energy flow. I stumbled, catching myself against the training post. My breathing came in ragged gasps. "What happened?" Master Hong asked, though his tone suggested he already knew. "I tried to force it," I admitted, pressing a hand to my chest where the pain was slowly fading. I was thinking too much about the end result instead of focusing on the technique itself. A common mistake. Master Hong walked over and placed his palm on my back, sending a gentle pulse of golden energy through my system. The pain eased immediately. Creating even a proto-echo requires absolute unity between mind, body, and intent. You were dividing your focus. "Master," Azure said in my mind, "I noticed something interesting during that attempt. Your martial aura was trying to accommodate multiple interpretations of the technique simultaneously. It's like you were attempting to create several different proto-echoes at once." That made sense. My experience with multiple energy types and combat systems meant I understood swift wind stepping from various angles. But for a proto-echo, I needed to commit to one specific understanding. "Let me try again," I said to Master Hong. He stepped back, giving me space. "Take your time. Center yourself first." I spent several minutes in meditation, letting my thoughts settle. This time, I wouldn't think about impressing Master Hong or proving myself capable of advanced techniques. I'd focus purely on the swift wind stepping as Jinghui understood it, not as a spatial manipulation technique or an energy-based movement, but as pure martial motion. When I opened my eyes, everything felt clearer. I took the starting stance again, but this time I let Jinghui's muscle memory take the lead. His body had performed this technique thousands of times over the years. Even with limited talent, he'd polished it through sheer repetition. The first step carried me 3 meters left. The martial aura flowed with the movement, not forcing anything, just following the natural pattern. Second step, diagonal back. The energy compressed slightly, recording the angle and distance. Third step, forward spin. The aura traced the rotation, capturing the precise momentum. As I completed the sequence, I felt something click. The martial aura condensed for just a moment, leaving a barely visible afterimage in the air. It wasn't a true echo. Those could last for centuries. This proto-echo flickered and faded after maybe 2 seconds. But for those 2 seconds, I could see a ghostly repetition of my movement, like a shadow performing the technique a heartbeat behind me. "Excellent." Master Hong's approval was genuine. "You managed to imprint your understanding onto reality itself, even if only briefly. That's the fundamental principle behind all echo creation." I stared at the spot where the proto-echo had appeared. It was already gone, but I'd felt the technique's essence hanging in the air. Not just the physical movements, but the intent behind them. The desire to be unpredictable, to survive through adaptation. "Can you sense how it differed from your first attempt?" Master Hong asked. "The first time I was trying to create something," I said slowly, working through the sensation. "The second time I was just sharing something that already existed." "Precisely. A true echo isn't manufactured. It's revealed." Master Hong smiled. "You have natural talent for this, though I suspect that comes from your unique perspective rather than traditional martial training." "Could these be used in combat?" I asked. Master Hong stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Some advanced practitioners can create proto-echoes that confuse opponents or set up combination attacks. But that requires far more control than what you've just demonstrated. For now, focus on understanding the principle. He walked to the door and gestured for me to follow. Now that you understand the basic principle, it's time for you to learn from the masters who came before. The Iron Body Temple contains dozens of echoes left by previous generations. Some are ancient, others relatively recent. Each one holds lessons about martial perfection. We left the training chamber and began walking through the temple's stone corridors. The afternoon sun slanted through windows, casting long shadows across the floor. The echoes are scattered throughout the temple, Master Hong explained as we walked. Some are in obvious places, training halls, meditation chambers. Others are hidden in unexpected locations. Part of a disciple's growth involves discovering them naturally. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Are there any restrictions on learning from them? I asked. Only those imposed by your own limitations. Some echoes require specific cultivation levels to even perceive, let alone understand. Others might conflict with your existing techniques or martial philosophy. He paused at an intersection, then turned left. Where are we going first? To the Hall of First Steps, Master Hong replied. It contains the most basic echoes, suitable for students to study and learn from. Think of it as a library, but instead of books, we have preserved techniques. The next 2 days passed in a blur of discovery and frustration. The Hall of First Steps turned out to be a massive circular chamber with alcoves carved into the walls. Each alcove contained a different echo, marked by subtle distortions in the air that made my eyes water if I stared too long. My first success came with an echo called Mountain Stands Firm, a basic defensive stance that had been left by a master named Kong over 300 years ago. When I placed my hand on the activation stone, the echo manifested as a translucent figure in simple robes, dropping into a low stance that radiated immovable solidity. I watched the echo perform the stance 17 times before I thought I understood it. The key wasn't just the physical position, but the mental state. You had to genuinely believe that nothing could move you, that you were as eternal and unchanging as the mountain itself. When I tried it, I managed to hold the stance for all of 10 seconds before something massive slammed into my side. A young disciple, maybe 12 years old, came running through the hall with what had to be the largest dog I'd ever seen. The beast was easily the size of a small horse, its heart-steel realm aura radiating from its muscled frame. The dog hadn't seen me in its enthusiasm to keep up with its young master, and its shoulder caught me square in the ribs. Even with my sect mastery realm cultivation, the sheer mass and momentum sent me stumbling back 2 steps before I caught my balance. "Sorry, elder brother," the kid shouted over his shoulder, not even slowing down as his companion beast bounded after him, tongue lolling happily. So much for being an immovable mountain. But I learned from each failure. The Mountain Stands Firm wasn't just about believing you couldn't be moved. It was about understanding why mountains don't move. They're rooted deep in the earth, their weight distributed across a massive base. When I tried again, I imagined roots growing from my feet, spreading deep and wide beneath the temple floor. This time, when that same monstrous dog ran into me during its return trip, I barely swayed. Not every echo was so accommodating. There was one called Hawk Descends Upon Prey that I must have watched 50 times without understanding the crucial element that made it work. The echo showed a master diving from a high stance, arms spread like wings, before striking with both palms in a devastating downward blow. But whenever I tried it, I just looked like I was doing a very aggressive belly flop. "You're thinking too literally," an older student, who had already mastered the technique, advised me after watching my 7th failed attempt. The hawk doesn't think about being a hawk. It just sees prey and acts on instinct. Even with that advice, I never quite got it right. Some echoes were just beyond my current understanding, and I had to accept that. The most fascinating echo I encountered was in a restricted section that Master Hong had to specially unlock for me. It was called Breathing Thunder, left behind by a heaven-breaking realm master who died defending the temple during a beast tide 400 years ago. When the echo activated, I felt the air in the entire room change. The translucent figure stood perfectly still, just breathing, in and out, in and out. But with each breath, I could hear thunder rumbling, could feel the electricity building in the air. When the echo finally moved, throwing a simple straight punch, the thunderclap that followed made my ears ring, even though I knew it was just a spiritual impression. "Don't even think about trying that one," Master Hong warned. Without the proper foundation, attempting breathing thunder would destroy my boy's lungs and meridians in seconds. I believed him. Just watching the echo made my chest tight. But I found success with other techniques. Flowing river steps came naturally after my experience with swift wind stepping. Iron elbow strike took most of an afternoon to grasp, but once I understood that the power came from the rotation of the entire body, not just the arm, I could reproduce it consistently. Candle flame palm taught me how to concentrate martial chi into a single point for piercing strikes. The real treasure wasn't the individual techniques, though. It was understanding how the masters who created them thought about martial arts. Each echo carried a piece of its creator's philosophy, their approach to combat and cultivation. Some masters clearly believed that offense was everything. Their echoes were aggressive, direct, designed to end fights quickly. Others favored defense and endurance, creating techniques that could weather any storm. Still others focused on misdirection and trickery, their echoes full of feints and false openings. By the end of the second day, I'd successfully learned 11 different techniques from the echoes and failed to grasp at least twice that many. My body ached in places I didn't know could ache, and my martial chi reserves were running on fumes. I made my way back to the private training chamber where this had all started, settling onto the meditation mat with a grateful sigh. Master Hong had left earlier, trusting me to conclude my studies on my own. The evening light filtered through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. "So," Azure said as I closed my eyes and began circulating what little energy I had left, "what's your assessment of the ecosystem?" "It's incredible," I admitted. Back in the cultivation world, we preserve techniques through manuals and verbal instruction, but so much gets lost in translation. Details that the master thought were obvious get forgotten. Emphasis gets placed on the wrong elements. But these echoes, they're perfect preservation. The technique exactly as the master intended it. Think you could recreate something similar using formation work? I considered that. Maybe. The martial echoes clearly have some kind of spiritual imprint that goes beyond just recording movements. But if I could understand the principle. Something to research when we get back, Azure agreed. For now, though, you've got other priorities. He was right. I'd spent 2 days immersing myself in pure martial arts, and I'd learned more about hand-to-hand combat in that time than in months of regular training. But this was still a cultivation world, even if it focused on mortal limitations. And I had 2 major things left to experiment with. First, I needed to see how my other energy types interacted with this realm's laws. The white energy that red sun power had become was incredibly effective, but what about blue sun energy? What about regular chi from my own cultivation? I'd been holding back on those experiments while Master Hong was around, not wanting to reveal too much. But now that I was alone. Second, there was the matter of heaven-breaking realm. I'd already pushed Jingwei's cultivation from inner pulse through form unification to heartsteel and then sect mastery. One more breakthrough would take him to the second highest realm in this world system. The question was whether his body could handle it, and whether I could manage it with only 2 days left before the battle with Earth Fist Lu. I opened my eyes and looked at my hands. Jingwei's hands, technically, though they felt like mine after 3 days of controlling them. The calluses from years of martial practice. The scars from training accidents. The strength that I'd helped unlock. "Ready for round 2? Azure asked. "Let's see what else this world has to teach us," I said, standing up and stretching. The stone beneath Elder Feng Tianyu's feet cracked like thunder, spider-webbing outward in perfect concentric circles. Dust rained from the ceiling of the ancient meditation chamber as his martial aura blazed to life. No longer the deep blue of sect mastery, but the brilliant silver-white of heaven-breaking realm. 63 years old. 63 years of cultivation, and finally, He had reached the same realm as that insufferable monk. Feng Tianyu opened his eyes slowly, feeling the new power coursing through his meridians. The crystallized energy around his heart had transformed completely during the breakthrough, becoming something beyond mere compressed martial qi. This was the realm where martial artists could literally break the laws of heaven and earth through sheer will and technique. The realm where Wu Xinlong had been sitting comfortably for the past 15 years, while Feng Tianyu struggled to catch up. Elder Feng. The excited voices of his disciples echoed through the chamber doors. The formations are detecting a heaven-breaking breakthrough. Elder, is it true? Have you finally? Get out, Feng Tianyu said quietly, his voice carrying enough pressure to make the heavy wooden doors rattle in their frames. Silence fell immediately. His disciples knew better than to press when he used that tone. He stood up from his meditation cushion, testing the new strength in his legs. Everything felt different now, sharper, more real. When he clenched his fist, the air around it distorted visibly, reality bending slightly under the influence of his enhanced martial aura. On the small wooden table beside his meditation spot sat a thin journal, its pages yellowed with age. Feng Tianyu picked it up and flipped to the most recent entry, written just 3 months ago after their last encounter. Loss #1, 847. Sparring match at the Five Peaks tournament. Wu Xinlong defeated me in 17 moves using his Iron Mountain Palm. I managed to force him to use both hands this time, which represents progress. Note: his defensive techniques have improved since our last meeting. His compassion-based cultivation seems to make his barriers more resilient to aggressive attacks. 1,847 losses. He had been keeping count since they were 12 years old, when Wu Xinlong had first beaten him in a children's sparring match at the regional youth tournament. Every defeat carefully documented, analyzed, learned from. Most people would have given up after the first 100 losses, or the first 1,000. But Feng Tianyu was from the unyielding stone sect, and their core teaching was simple. A stone does not yield, no matter how many times the river flows over it. He closed the journal and tucked it into his robes. Today, he would finally write a different kind of entry. The meditation chamber door slid open, and Feng Tianyu stepped into the main corridor of the unyielding stone sect. The building buzzed with excitement. News of a heaven-breaking breakthrough had clearly spread quickly. Elder Feng, Sect Master Quan approached with a broad smile, his own sect mastery realm aura radiating joy and congratulation. This is unprecedented. A heaven-breaking cultivators in our sect? The ancestors must be smiling down on us. Behind him, a crowd of disciples and elders had gathered, all wearing expressions of awe and celebration. For a minor sect like theirs, having a heaven-breaking elder was the difference between being respected and being forgotten. Truly magnificent, Elder Feng, said Elder Chan, the sect's formation master. Your persistence has finally paid off. 60 years of cultivation, and you've achieved what most only dream of. The victory celebration will be legendary, added inner disciple Wang, bouncing with excitement. The entire province will want to congratulate you. Representatives from every major sect will come to pay their respects. And the resources that will become available to us, Sect Master Quan continued, his eyes gleaming. Trade agreements, alliance offers, access to restricted cultivation grounds. Elder Feng, you've just elevated our entire sect's status. But Feng Tianyu barely heard them. His mind was already elsewhere, calculating travel time to the Iron Body Temple. If he left within the hour, he could reach Wu Xinlong's territory by nightfall. Perfect timing for a challenge that had been 63 years in the making. Elder Feng, Sect Master Quan's voice carried a note of concern. Are you listening? We need to discuss how to handle the political ramifications of. Handle them yourselves, Feng Tianyu said, already walking toward the sect's main exit. I have somewhere to be. But Elder, this is important. The other sects will expect formal announcements, proper ceremonies. We can't just. Feng Tianyu stopped walking and turned around. The corridor fell silent as his heaven-breaking aura pressed against everyone present. It wasn't aggressive, it was just a reminder of the vast gap in cultivation that now existed between them. "I have spent 63 years reaching this moment," he said, his voice carrying the weight of decades. "I have endured 1,847 defeats. I have been mocked as the eternal second by cultivators who couldn't last 1 minute against either of us. And now, finally, I have the strength to face Wu Shenlong as an equal." He looked at each face in turn, seeing the gradual understanding dawn in their eyes. "Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. So no, I will not be attending celebration dinners. I will not be meeting with political representatives. I will not be discussing trade agreements or alliance negotiations." His aura flared brighter. "I will be settling a debt that has been accumulating interest for over 50 years. Without another word, he turned and strode through the main gates. The mountain air felt different against his skin now that he'd reached heaven-breaking realm. Cleaner, somehow. More responsive to his presence. When he took his first step down the mountain path, the stone beneath his foot cracked slightly. He would need to be more careful during the journey. Heaven-breaking cultivators could accidentally cause significant environmental damage if they weren't paying attention to their power output. As he walked, his mind drifted back through decades of memories. Their first meeting had been at the Autumn Youth Festival when they were both 12. Feng Tianyu had been the pride of his small village, undefeated in local competitions, convinced he was destined for martial greatness. Then this quiet boy from a remote mountain temple had stepped into the ring and proceeded to defeat him so thoroughly that Feng Tianyu hadn't even realized the match was over until the referee announced Wu Shenlong as the winner. "Good match," Wu Shenlong had said afterward, bowing respectfully. "Your stone-breaking fist technique shows real promise. With more practice, you could become quite strong." The condescension had burned worse than the defeat. Could become quite strong? He was already strong. He was the strongest 12-year-old in 3 villages. But Wu Shenlong had been right, of course, as he always was. Their second encounter came 2 years later at the regional tournament. By then, Feng Tianyu had reached Inner Pulse Realm through dedicated training. He'd convinced himself that his previous loss was just bad luck, that this time would be different. Wu Shenlong had improved even more. The match lasted 43 seconds. "Your foundation has grown more solid," Wu Shenlong had observed after helping him to his feet. "Keep working on your energy circulation during transitions. You're leaving small openings." More advice. More gentle correction from someone who treated martial arts like a friendly teaching exercise rather than a competition. The third loss had come at 18, when they were both form unification experts. The fourth at 19. The fifth at 19 and 2 months. On and on, month after month, year after year. Each defeat carefully documented in his journal along with Wu Shenlong's inevitable post-match advice. "Your unyielding stone techniques are becoming quite refined. I can see you've been working on your defensive transitions. Your killing intent has good focus, but perhaps consider how it affects your energy efficiency. Never mockery, never cruelty. Just that maddening, gentle acknowledgement that Feng Tianyu was improving while remaining firmly in second place." The worst part was that Wu Shenlong's advice was always accurate. Every suggestion led to genuine improvement in Feng Tianyu's techniques. It would have been easier to dismiss if the monk had been wrong, or arrogant, or unkind. Instead, he was helpful and encouraging and completely, utterly superior in every martial encounter they'd ever had. But that was about to change. The sun was setting by the time Feng Tianyu reached the valley that housed the Iron Body Temple. He paused at the ridge overlooking their territory, studying the familiar compound spread out below. Stone buildings arranged in careful harmony with the natural landscape. Training grounds where disciples practiced forms in precise, synchronized movements. Gardens where medicinal herbs grew in neat, organized rows. Everything about the place radiated the same calm competence that Wu Shenlong brought to their fights. Feng Tianyu had visited here thousands of times over the decades, sometimes for formal challenges, sometimes for tournament events, sometimes just to test himself against their training techniques. The Iron Body Temple had always welcomed him courteously, treating him as an honored guest rather than a persistent annoyance. Elder Feng, Wu Shenlong would bow each time. It's good to see you again. I trust your cultivation progresses well. And then they would fight, and Feng Tianyu would lose, and Wu Shenlong would offer tea and conversation as if nothing had happened. But tonight would be different. Tonight, Feng Tianyu possessed the same heaven-breaking power that Wu Shenlong had held for 15 years. Tonight, the eternal second could finally become first. He began walking down the mountain path toward the temple gates. His heaven-breaking aura couldn't be contained completely. Subtle pressure waves preceded him, making small stones roll away from his feet and causing nearby trees to sway despite the still air. The temple's outer disciples noticed his approach first. He saw them pointing and whispering, their faces showing the mix of excitement and nervousness that always accompanied the arrival of a heaven-breaking expert. A few ran ahead, no doubt to alert the elders about their visitor. By the time Feng Tianyu reached the main courtyard, a reception committee had assembled. Familiar faces from decades of visits. Master Hong, the patient teacher who'd always treated him kindly despite his obsession with their sect leader. Elder Lu, the formation specialist who'd shared many interesting conversations about defensive techniques. Elder Pan, whose healing abilities had patched up both him and Wu Shenlong after particularly intense sparring sessions. But the one face he wanted to see was absent. Elder Feng. Master Hong stepped forward with a respectful bow. We're honored by your visit, though I must say your aura feels different. Have you perhaps achieved a breakthrough? Where is he? Feng Tianyu asked bluntly, not interested in small talk. I'm afraid Grandmaster Wu is currently in deep meditation, Master Hong replied. He has been in seclusion for several weeks, attempting to break through to an even higher realm. Perhaps you could return another time. Something in the old teacher's tone felt wrong. Too careful. Too rehearsed. Call him out, Feng Tianyu said, his aura beginning to leak more strongly. I know he can sense my presence. Wu Shenlong has never been one to avoid a challenge. Truly, Elder Feng, this is not a good time, Master Hong insisted. Perhaps if you returned next month. 1,847 times. Feng Tianyu's voice exploded across the temple grounds with the full force of his heaven-breaking cultivation. Birds burst from trees in every direction. Windows rattled in their frames. Disciples pressed their hands to their ears as the sound echoed off the mountains. 1,847 times he has defeated me. 51 years of matches. 51 years of coming in second. And now, finally, I have the power to face him as an equal. His martial aura erupted outward like a silver bonfire, pressing against the temple's defensive formations. The ancient arrays sparked and flared as they struggled to contain the power of someone who had just transcended mortal limitations. Wu Shenlong. Feng Tianyu's voice carried enough force to shake the mountain itself. I know you can hear me. I have reached heaven-breaking realm. For the first time in our lives, we stand on equal ground. Face me. Give me the chance to finally claim victory number 1. The temple grounds fell into absolute silence. Every disciple, every elder, every servant stood frozen as the challenge echoed through the valley. Feng Tianyu waited, his heart hammering with anticipation and decades of pent-up determination. This was his moment, the culmination of a lifetime's worth of effort. Time to find out if the eternal second could finally become first. Master Hong stepped forward, trying to keep his voice steady, despite the pressure bearing down on everyone in the courtyard. Elder Feng, please, this truly isn't a good time. The Grandmaster's seclusion is at a critical juncture. If you could return next month, I'm certain he would be happy to. Next month? Feng Tianyu's eyes narrowed. You want me to wait another month? I've waited 51 years, Hong. 51 years of always being second best. Of hearing people whisper behind my back about how I'll never measure up to the great Wu Shenlong. The silver-white aura around him pulsed brighter, and several outer disciples stumbled backward from the sheer force of it. Master Hong could see the cracks in the courtyard stones spreading wider with each pulse. I understand your frustration, Master Hong said carefully. But disrupting the Grandmaster's cultivation at this stage could harm him. Surely you wouldn't want. Harm him? Feng Tianyu laughed, but there was no humor in it. Wu Shenlong could meditate in the middle of a volcanic eruption and come out unscathed. Stop making excuses for him. Elder Lu stepped up beside Master Hong, his own sect mastery aura flickering to life in a defensive posture. Elder Feng, with respect, you're frightening our disciples. Perhaps we could discuss this more calmly. Calmly? Feng Tianyu's voice rose another octave. I've been calm for decades. I've been patient. I've accepted every defeat with grace. But now, finally, I have the power to face him as an equal, and you want me to be calm. The pressure in the courtyard intensified. Several of the younger disciples had to drop to their knees, unable to withstand the spiritual weight of a heaven-breaking cultivator's anger. Master Hong quickly gestured to the senior disciples, who began ushering the juniors away from the immediate area. If you won't call him out, Feng Tianyu said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, then I'll find him myself. Master Hong's eyes widened in alarm. Elder Feng, wait. But Feng Tianyu had already taken a step forward, his heaven-breaking aura flaring with intent. The moment his foot touched the ground, the temple's defensive formations erupted to life. Golden light burst from hidden arrays carved into every stone, every pillar, every tile of the iron body temple. The formations had been laid down by the founding masters over 1,000 years ago, reinforced by each generation, designed to protect the temple from any external threat. They recognized Feng Tianyu's aggressive intent and responded accordingly. Barriers of pure golden energy materialized around him, forming a cage of interlocking geometric patterns. The air itself seemed to solidify, pressing down on him from all directions. Lightning crackled between formation nodes, ready to strike at any sudden movement. For a moment, Master Hong felt a flicker of hope. The temple's formations were legendary, capable of holding off dozens of sect mastery cultivators for a time. Perhaps they could contain Feng Tianyu long enough to... Feng Tianyu sighed. It wasn't an angry sigh or a frustrated one. It was the sigh of someone who had encountered yet another obstacle in a day full of them. He raised one hand, and his silver-white martial aura condensed around his palm. Stone does not yield, he murmured, speaking the core principle of his sect. No matter how many times the river flows over it. He pressed his palm against the golden barrier. The formation shattered. Not just the section he touched, but the entire defensive array. Golden light exploded outward in a cascade of failing energy. Formation anchors throughout the temple grounds cracking and crumbling to dust. In seconds, defenses that had protected the iron body temple for a millennium were reduced to nothing more than fading sparkles of light. Master Hong felt his heart sink. This was the difference between sect mastery and heaven breaking. It wasn't just a gap in power. It was a fundamental difference in how they interacted with the world itself. Feng Tianyu lowered his hand and looked around at the shocked faces staring at him. His expression softened slightly. I don't want to hurt anyone, he said. I have no quarrel with the Iron Body Temple or any of its disciples. My challenge is for Wu Shenlong alone. I'll ask one more time. Where is he? Master Hong opened his mouth, struggling to find words that might defuse the situation. But before he could speak, Feng Tianyu's eyes unfocused slightly, as if he was sensing something beyond normal perception. Never mind, the heaven-breaking cultivator said. I'll find him myself. Between one heartbeat and the next, Feng Tianyu vanished. Master Hong immediately turned to Elder Lu. Evacuate the disciples to the emergency shelters. Send word to the allied sects that we may need assistance. And for the love of the ancestors, make sure no one tries to interfere. As the elders scrambled to carry out his orders, Master Hong felt a cold dread settling in his stomach. Feng Tianyu would find the truth soon enough. And when he discovered that Wu Shenlong was dead, that there would never be a victory number one, Master Hong didn't want to think about what might happen then. Feng Tianyu moved through the Iron Body Temple at speeds that would have been impossible before his breakthrough. To him, the world seemed to slow down, allowing him to search methodically through each building, each chamber, each meditation cave. He was looking for Wu Shenlong's aura, that distinctive golden presence that combined overwhelming strength with gentle compassion. Even in deep seclusion, a heaven-breaking cultivator's aura should be detectable to another of the same realm. The living quarters were empty of what he sought. The training halls held only the lingering traces of daily practice. The herb gardens, the scripture pavilion, the armory, nothing. Each empty room made Feng Tianyu's frustration grow. Where was Wu Shenlong hiding? Some secret chamber? An underground cultivation cave? More formations tried to stop him as he searched. Privacy barriers around personal quarters, protective arrays around restricted areas, even a few offensive formations in the deeper parts of the temple. He broke through them all with casual ease, barely slowing his pace. "Playing hide and seek, old friend?" he muttered as he shattered another barrier. "That's not like you. You've never run from a challenge before." The eastern meditation halls yielded nothing. The western tower was equally empty of his target. But as he approached the northern section of the temple, reserved for the highest-level cultivators, he finally sensed something. It was faint, barely a whisper of what he was looking for, but it was unmistakably Wu Shenlong's aura, coming from a heavily warded chamber at the end of a long corridor. Feng Tianyu's heart began racing. This was it. After all these years, all these defeats, he would finally face Wu Shenlong as an equal. He strode down the corridor, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The door at the end was sealed with multiple layers of formations, but he could see through them now with his heaven-breaking perception. Someone was sitting inside, cross-legged in meditation. "Wu Shenlong," Feng Tianyu called out. "I know you're in there. Come out and face me." No response. Feng Tianyu frowned. Was Wu Shenlong really so deep in meditation that he couldn't hear? Or was this another delaying tactic? "Fine," he said. "If you won't come out, I'll come in." He raised his foot and channeled his martial aura into a devastating kick. The door, along with all its protective formations, exploded inward in a shower of splinters and dissipating energy. Feng Tianyu stepped through the ruined doorway, finger already pointing at the meditating figure. "Wu Shenlong," he declared. "I, Feng Tianyu of the Unyielding Stone Sect, have reached heaven-breaking realm. I challenge you to our 1848th match. This time, I will not lose." The figure didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe. Feng Tianyu's triumphant expression faltered. Something was wrong. The aura he'd sensed, that whisper of Wu Shenlong's presence, it wasn't coming from the figure. It was coming from the room itself, lingering in the air like mist. He approached slowly, his eyes taking in details he'd missed in his excitement. The meditation cushion was covered in a fine layer of dust. The figure's robes, while positioned perfectly, had the stillness of death rather than deep cultivation. "Wu Shenlong." Feng Tianyu's voice came out smaller, uncertain. He reached out with trembling fingers and touched the figure's shoulder. The body tilted and fell backward with a soft thud, revealing Wu Shenlong's peaceful face. His eyes were closed, his expression peaceful, but there was no life in him. No spiritual fluctuation, no breath, no heartbeat. The truth hit Feng Tianyu harder than any palm strike ever had. Wu Shenlong was dead. "No," he whispered. "No, this isn't. You can't be." He dropped to his knees beside the body, his hands shaking as he checked for any sign of life. But Wu Shenlong's skin was cold, his meridians empty of qi. He had been dead for some time, though preservation formations had kept his body from deteriorating. "You can't be dead," Feng Tianyu said, his voice breaking. "We were supposed to fight. I was supposed to finally beat you. I was supposed to prove that I could stand beside you as an equal." Tears began streaming down his face as decades of purpose crumbled around him. What was the point of reaching heaven-breaking realm if Wu Shenlong wasn't there to acknowledge it? What was the point of all those years of training, all that struggle, all that pain? 1,847 losses, he choked out. And you couldn't even give me the chance for one victory? Just one. He sat there in the dusty chamber, cradling his rival's cold hand, and wept for the fight that would never happen, for the victory that would never come, for the friend who had defined his entire life by always being one step ahead. Then suddenly he felt it, another heaven-breaking aura, erupting from somewhere else in the temple. Fresh, new, powerful. The spiritual pressure was different from Wu Shenlong's golden warmth. This was denser, carrying undertones of something wild and primal. Feng Tianyu's head snapped up, tears still streaming down his face. Could it be? Had Wu Shenlong somehow? He was moving before the thought finished forming. The world blurred around him as he pushed his heaven-breaking speed to its limits, following that new aura to its source. He burst through walls rather than looking for doors, desperation driving him forward. He found the source in another cultivation chamber, this one still intact. A young man was standing up from a meditation position, his body still adjusting to the massive power flowing through it. But more importantly, Feng Tianyu could sense the soul beneath the unfamiliar face. It had to be Wu Shenlong. It had to be. His rival must have used some secret technique, transferred his consciousness into a younger body to continue his cultivation. It was the only explanation that made sense. A smile broke across Feng Tianyu's tear-stained face. "I knew it," he said, nodding to himself. "I knew you wouldn't leave me behind, old friend. You found a way to continue our rivalry, didn't you? Taking over a disciple's body. It's extreme, but I understand. You wanted to face me at my best, so you gave yourself a younger vessel." He straightened his robes and wiped the tears from his face, trying to reclaim some dignity. Then he pointed at the young man with the same dramatic flair he'd used thousands of times before. "Wu Shenlong, I don't know what technique you used to claim that body, but it doesn't matter. I, Feng Tianyu of the Unyielding Stone Sect, challenge you to our 1,848th match." The young man turned to face him, and Feng Tianyu's confident expression wavered slightly. There was confusion in those eyes, genuine bewilderment that Wu Shenlong had never shown in all their years of competition. Do I know you?" The young man stared at Feng Tianyu with genuine confusion written across his features. Those eyes held no recognition, no spark of the decades-long rivalry that had defined both their lives. Just bewilderment at being confronted by a weeping stranger. "Do I know you?" The question hung in the air. Feng Tianyu felt something cold settle in his chest. The voice was wrong. The cadence was off. Even the way the young man held himself was different from Wu Shenlong's characteristic calm confidence. "Stop playing games," Feng Tianyu said, his voice tight with desperation. "I know it's you, Wu Shenlong. You've always been clever with your techniques. Body possession, consciousness transfer, whatever method you used to claim this vessel, it doesn't matter. I can sense your cultivation, your power. Only you could have reached heaven-breaking realm with such perfect foundation." The young man took a step back, his hands raised in a peaceful gesture. "Look, I think there's been some kind of mistake. My name isn't Wu Shenlong. I'm just a disciple here, and I don't know who you are or why you're crying." "Enough!" Feng Tianyu's composure finally cracked completely. 51 years, Wu Shenlong. 51 years I've been chasing you. I've documented every defeat, analyzed every technique, spent every waking moment trying to close the gap between us. And now, when I finally have the power to face you as an equal, you want to pretend you don't know me. His martial aura erupted outward with such force that the stone walls of the chamber cracked. Dust rained from the ceiling as the building shook under the pressure of his emotional outburst. "I've waited my entire life for this moment," Feng Tianyu continued, his voice rising to a shout. "I've endured mockery from lesser cultivators who called me the Eternal Second. I've pushed through chi deviations that should have killed me, survived training regimens that broke other men's spirits, all for the chance to prove I could stand beside you as an equal." The young man's eyes widened as cracks spiderwebbed across the floor between them. Elder, please, you need to calm down. I really don't know what you're talking about. If you're looking for someone specific, maybe I can help you find them. You are the someone I'm looking for. Feng Tianyu's patience finally shattered completely. Stop hiding behind that innocent act. I know your aura, Wu Shenlong. I felt it press against me in 1,000 sparring matches. Without warning, Feng Tianyu launched himself forward. His form blurred with heaven-breaking speed, crossing the 20-foot distance in a heartbeat. His right fist, glowing with concentrated silver-white martial aura, aimed directly for the young man's chest. It was the same opening move he'd used in their very first childhood match 60 years ago. The young man's eyes went wide with shock, but his body reacted with surprising skill. He twisted sideways at the last possible moment, Feng Tianyu's fist missing his ribs by inches. The punch continued past him and struck the back wall of the chamber. The entire wall exploded. Stone blocks that had stood for centuries disintegrated instantly under the impact of a heaven-breaking technique. The destruction didn't stop there. The force punched through 3 more walls before finally dissipating, leaving a perfectly circular tunnel that extended clear through to the temple's outer courtyard. What the hell? The young man gasped, staring at the devastation. Are you trying to kill me? I'm trying to make you fight seriously. Feng Tianyu spun around, his eyes blazing with frustrated determination. Stop holding back. Stop pretending to be weaker than you are. I know you're capable of so much more. The young man landed in a defensive crouch, his own martial aura beginning to manifest as golden white energy around his body. Look, whoever you think I am, you're wrong. But if you're going to keep attacking me, I'm going to defend myself. Finally, Feng Tianyu's face lit up with savage joy. There's the Wu Shenlong I remember. He attacked again, this time leading with a series of rapid palm strikes. His unyielding stone palm technique had been refined over decades of practice, each strike carrying enough force to shatter mountains. The air itself compressed under the pressure of his attacks, creating visible shock waves. The young man weaved between the strikes, his movement style completely different from Wu Shenlong's traditional iron body techniques. Where Wu Shenlong favored solid defensive stances and overwhelming counterattacks, this fighter moved like water, flowing around threats rather than meeting them head-on. Swift wind stepping. Feng Tianyu recognized the technique as his opponent vanished and reappeared 3 meters to the left. Since when do you use movement techniques like that? Your style was always about standing firm and weathering any storm. I told you, I'm not whoever you think I am. The young man's voice carried genuine frustration now. My name is, well, it's complicated, but I'm definitely not this Wu Shenlong person. Then how did you reach heaven-breaking realm? Feng Tianyu demanded, launching another barrage of attacks. This temple has had only one heaven-breaking cultivator for the past 15 years. If you're not Wu Shenlong, then explain your power. The young man ducked under a horizontal palm strike that would have decapitated him, then countered with an upward elbow aimed at Feng Tianyu's ribs. The strike connected, but Feng Tianyu's body cultivation absorbed most of the impact. Still, there was real power behind it. I can't explain it, the young man admitted, dancing back out of range. My cultivation advanced rapidly over the past few days. Days? Feng Tianyu's attacks paused momentarily. You reached heaven-breaking realm in days? That's impossible unless you used some forbidden technique. Soul possession. Consciousness transfer. Taking over a disciple's body to restart your cultivation in a younger vessel. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. That's insane. Why would anyone do that? To fight me at your peak? Feng Tianyu roared, resuming his assault with renewed fury. Because you knew I was close to breakthrough. You knew I was finally going to catch up to you. So you found a way to stay ahead. This time his attacks came faster, more desperately. Stone-crushing fist, mountain-splitting palm, unyielding boulder technique. Each strike carried the weight of decades of frustrated ambition, the crushing pressure of always being second best. The young man was forced to give ground, his defensive technique struggling to keep up with Feng Tianyu's relentless offensive. A palm strike grazed his shoulder, sending him stumbling. A follow-up kick caught his thigh, making him wince. "You're getting sloppy," Feng Tianyu observed, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "That new body of yours isn't as durable as your original form, is it? The foundation isn't quite right. You're stronger than you should be, but you haven't had time to properly integrate the power." "I don't know what you're talking about," the young man gasped, barely avoiding a strike that shattered the floor where he'd been standing. Then his eyes hardened with determination. "But fine, if you won't listen to reason, I'll just have to beat some sense into you." His martial aura suddenly intensified, the golden-white energy beginning to shift and change. Feng Tianyu felt his breath catch as the aura grew denser, more refined. The color lightened from golden-white to pure silver-white, then continued brightening until it was almost crystalline in its purity. "There!" Feng Tianyu laughed with delight. "There's your true power. I knew you were holding back." The young man launched himself forward with explosive speed, his right fist trailing that impossibly pure white energy. Feng Tianyu brought up both arms to block, his own silver-white aura condensing into a defensive barrier. The two energies collided with a sound like thunder. The force of the impact sent shock waves through the entire temple. Windows shattered throughout the building. The floor beneath their feet cracked and buckled. And for the first time since the beginning of this exchange, Feng Tianyu was the one thrown backward. He flew through the air, crashed through the remnants of a stone pillar, and slammed into the far wall with enough force to leave a crater in the ancient stonework. Pain lanced through his ribs where several had definitely cracked. But instead of anguish, Feng Tianyu felt pure joy flood through him. "Yes," he shouted, pulling himself out of the wall with a grin splitting his face. "Yes, finally. You're finally taking me seriously. You're finally showing me your true strength." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he wiped it away dismissively. This was what he'd dreamed of for decades. A Wu Shenlong who wasn't holding back, who was treating him as a worthy opponent rather than a persistent student. "Show me more," Feng Tianyu demanded, launching himself back into the fight. "Show me everything you've learned in that new body." But something was different now. The young man's fighting style had changed along with his energy. Where before he'd been fluid and evasive, now his movements carried a weight that reminded Feng Tianyu of old-growth forests and ancient mountains. His techniques felt primal, like they drew power from sources much older than traditional martial cultivation. They exchanged a rapid series of strikes, each impact sending tremors through the building. Feng Tianyu's unyielding stone techniques met that pure white energy head-on, and for the first time in his life, he found himself being pushed back by sheer power rather than superior skill. "Incredible," he breathed, looking at his slightly trembling hand. "You've developed a new energy type. Is this what you've been working on in seclusion?" Feng Tianyu could see that the young man wasn't even winded, despite the intensity of their exchange. That white energy seemed to be sustaining him, giving him endurance that should have been impossible for someone who'd allegedly just broken through. "One more time," Feng Tianyu said, settling into his strongest stance. "Show me your ultimate technique, Wu Shenlong, the one you've been saving for our final match. I keep telling you, I'm not. Just fight me." The young man's expression hardened. He pulled back his right fist, that white energy condensing around it until it was almost solid. But there was something else building in the energy, something that made Feng Tianyu's instincts scream warnings. The punch came forward with devastating force, but it wasn't the fist itself that struck terror into Feng Tianyu's heart. It was the roar. Not the metaphorical roar of a powerful technique, but an actual roar that seemed to come from some primal source beyond the physical world. The white energy around the young man's fist suddenly took shape, coalescing into the translucent form of a massive tiger. The spiritual tiger's eyes locked onto Feng Tianyu's, and he felt his entire body freeze. This wasn't just intimidation or spiritual pressure. This was something that spoke to the deepest part of his soul, the part that remembered when humans were prey animals hiding from creatures like this. The tiger leaped forward with jaws wide, its form solid enough that Feng Tianyu could feel its weight slamming into his chest. Claws raked across his torso, spiritual energy tearing through his defenses like they were paper. The force of the impact lifted him off his feet and hurled him across the chamber. He hit the wall again, harder this time, and slumped to the floor as the spiritual tiger dissipated into wisps of white energy. For a long moment, Feng Tianyu just lay there, staring up at the ceiling. His ribs weren't just cracked now. Several were definitely broken. His left arm hung at an odd angle. Blood ran freely from cuts across his chest and face. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the realization slowly dawning in his mind. Wu Shenlong had never used techniques like that. Wu Shenlong's power was always straightforward, honest, grounded in traditional martial principles. This fighter's abilities were something else entirely. Something wilder, more primal, drawing from sources that Wu Shenlong would never have touched. The young man approached cautiously, his white aura fading back to normal golden white as he knelt beside Feng Tianyu. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I didn't mean to hurt you that badly." Feng Tianyu looked up into those unfamiliar eyes and finally, truly accepted what he'd been refusing to see. This wasn't Wu Shenlong. This was just a young cultivator who'd somehow achieved rapid advancement, probably through methods he didn't understand himself. The aura that Feng Tianyu had sensed, the power that had drawn him here, it wasn't his lifelong rival. It was someone else entirely, which meant, "He's really dead," Feng Tianyu whispered, the words barely audible. "Who's dead?" the young man asked. "Wu Shenlong, my rival, my friend." The tears came again, hot and unstoppable. "I found his body earlier. I thought maybe he'd transferred his consciousness, found some way to continue our rivalry. But you're not him. You're just someone else who happened to break through at the same time." Feng Tianyu turned his face toward the wall, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. 1,847 losses, he choked out. "And I'll never get the chance for victory number 1. He's gone, and I'm still here, and it's all meaningless. All those years of training, all that struggle and pain and desperate effort. And for what? To finally reach the same realm as Wu Shenlong only to discover that Wu Shenlong was already dead? To achieve everything he'd worked for when there was no one left to acknowledge it. 51 years, he whispered. 51 years of my life spent chasing someone who's not even here anymore." He closed his eyes and let the grief wash over him. Not grief for his injuries, or his defeat at the hands of the stranger, but grief for the rivalry that had defined his entire existence and would never be resolved. The eternal second would remain exactly that. Forever. I stared down at Feng Tianyu as he lay there on the floor, tears streaming down his face. The old cultivator looked completely broken, clutching the air like he was still holding his dead rival's hand. It was hard to watch, honestly. Here was someone who'd spent over 50 years defining himself by a rivalry that could never be resolved. 1,847 losses, he kept whispering. "And I'll never get the chance for victory number 1. I crouched down beside him, trying to figure out what to say. The fight had ended pretty decisively once I'd combined Blue Sun energy with this world's martial techniques. That tiger manifestation had caught him completely off guard. "Master," Azure said in my mind, "perhaps we should review what just happened? Your experimentation yielded some fascinating results." He was right. For the past few hours before attempting the breakthrough, I'd started testing how different energies interacted with this realm's martial chi. I'd begun with regular chi from my own cultivation. That had been pretty disappointing, to be honest. The martial chi didn't reject it or anything dramatic like that. Instead, it just absorbed the physical enhancement aspects of my chi and strengthened itself slightly. It was like pouring water into soil. The soil gets a bit denser, a bit more packed, but nothing revolutionary happens. Useful for long-term cultivation, maybe helping someone slowly build up their foundation, but in the middle of a fight, pretty much useless. I couldn't create any special techniques or gain any real advantage from it. But then I'd tried Blue Sun energy, and that's when things got interesting. The life-giving properties of Blue Sun energy had an unexpected interaction with martial techniques. When I channeled it through a punch while thinking about the concept of a tiger strike, the energy had responded by creating an actual spiritual tiger. Not just an energy projection shaped like a tiger, but something that roared with its own voice and moved with intelligence for those few seconds it existed. The blue sun energy essentially granted temporary life to the martial concept, Azure explained. It's similar to how it can animate plants or create temporary constructs, but adapted to this world's laws. The tiger had been real enough to leave claw marks on Feng Tianyu's chest and knock him flying across the room. From his shocked expression, I gathered that nothing like that existed in this world's martial arts. They had techniques with names like Tiger Descends the Mountain or Dragon Breaks the Sky, but those were just poetic descriptions of movements. The techniques didn't actually manifest spiritual beasts. "Are you going to kill me now?" Feng Tianyu asked, his voice hollow. I shook my head. "No." "Why would I do that?" "Because I attacked you. Because I'm pathetic. Because—" His voice cracked. "Because what's the point of living when everything you've worked for is meaningless?" I sat down properly beside him, not caring that the floor was covered in debris from our fight. There's a saying, the best swordsman in the world doesn't fear the second best swordsman. He fears the worst swordsman, because he can't predict what that idiot will do. Feng Tianyu turned his head slightly to look at me, confusion flickering in his tear-stained eyes. "But you know what they don't mention?" I continued. "That second-best swordsman. Everyone forgets about him once the story moves on. But he's still there, still training, still improving. And maybe he never beats the best swordsman, but think about all the people he could teach. All the students who could learn from someone who spent 50 years analyzing every possible way to improve." "What are you saying?" Feng Tianyu's voice was barely a whisper. "I'm saying that maybe you were never meant to beat Wu Shenlong. Maybe your purpose was to become the teacher who creates someone even greater than both of you." I gestured around at the destroyed training chamber. "You just showed me techniques I've never seen before. That unyielding stone palm of yours could shatter mountains. Your footwork was incredible. You have 50 years of combat experience that would be invaluable to the next generation." "But I failed," he said. 1,847 times. "And you got up 1,847 times." I countered. "You never gave up. You never stopped trying to improve. Do you have any idea how rare that is? Most people quit after 10 failures. Or 50. Or 100. But you kept going for over 50 years. That's not pathetic. That's extraordinary." "Like me," Jinghui said softly in our mind space. 10 years at the temple, making almost no progress, but I never gave up on my goal. Even when everyone said I had no talent." Feng Tianyu was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he pushed himself up to a sitting position. "I've never paid much attention to my disciples. You really think? You think I could teach?" "I think you'd be an amazing teacher," I said honestly. "You know what it's like to struggle. You know what it's like to fail and keep going. You could help students who aren't naturally talented but refuse to give up. The Wu Shenlongs of the world, they make it look easy. But you could show them that persistence matters more than talent. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it." "The eternal second becomes the eternal teacher," Feng Tianyu murmured, and for the first time, there was something other than despair in his voice. I never thought of it that way." "Think about it," I said. "How many young cultivators out there are comparing themselves to prodigies and feeling worthless? How many are one bad day away from giving up entirely? You could be the one who shows them another path." Feng Tianyu wiped his face with his sleeve, looking embarrassed about the tears. "You're very wise for someone so young." I almost laughed at that, but before I could respond, the door to the training chamber burst open and Master Hong rushed in. The elderly monk stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as he took in the devastation. The walls had massive holes punched through them. The floor was cracked and cratered. Claw marks scarred the stone in several places. And in the middle of it all, Feng Tianyu and I sat chatting like we were having tea. "Master Hong," Jinghui said warmly in our mind, He looks like he's seen a ghost. Jinghui, Master Hong's voice was strangled. Are you okay? I stood up and brushed some dust off my robes. I'm fine, Master Hong. Elder Feng and I just had a disagreement that got a bit heated. A bit heated? Master Hong's gaze moved between us rapidly. Elder Feng is a heaven-breaking realm expert. And you're also heaven-breaking now, I said. It's been an eventful few hours. Master Hong's mouth opened and closed several times without any sound coming out. Finally, he seemed to notice Feng Tianyu's condition. The man was sitting up but still looked utterly drained, both physically and emotionally. Elder Feng, Master Hong said gently, moving to help him stand. Are you all right? I'll live, Feng Tianyu said. He accepted Master Hong's help getting to his feet, then looked back at me. Young man, Jinghui, thank you. You've given me something to think about. Take your time, I said. But when you're ready, I think there are a lot of students out there who could benefit from your experience. Master Hong supported Feng Tianyu as they moved toward the door. The unyielding stone sect elder paused at the threshold. Next time we meet, perhaps we could have that tea instead of destroying buildings. I'd like that, I said, and meant it even though I knew there would never be a next time. After they left, I was alone with my thoughts and the destroyed training chamber. I walked over to one of the less damaged walls and leaned against it, finally letting myself process what had just happened. Master, Azure said, you've successfully reached heaven-breaking realm. Do you understand what that means in this world? I understand the theory, I said, but neither Feng Tianyu nor I really used the realm's true abilities. We were both too new to it. Heaven-breaking realm was where martial artists transcended mortal limitations entirely. They could literally break natural laws through pure martial might. A sword strike could sever gravity itself, making things fall upward. A palm technique could age a target by decades in seconds. They could leave battle marks that persisted as zones where reality worked differently. But using those abilities required perfect understanding and control. Feng Tianyu had tried some basic reality-breaking techniques during our fight, but they were crude and energy-intensive. As for me, I'd mostly relied on the raw physical enhancement and that Blue Sun Energy Tiger trick. The full capabilities of heaven-breaking realm would require significant practice. Azure agreed. The cultivators who've been at this level for years can do things like walk on air by denying the concept of falling, or make their punches arrive before they throw them by breaking causality. Yeah, and I have 2 days to figure some of that out before fighting Earth Fist Liu, I said. I thought about my upcoming opponent. Earth Fist Liu was known for straightforward, honest martial arts. No tricks, no schemes, just pure technique refined to perfection. In a way, he was the complete opposite of what I just experienced with Feng Tianyu's emotional breakdown and desperate attacks. At least Jingwei's body is holding up well, I said, flexing the transformed muscles. The physical changes from reaching heaven-breaking were permanent. He'd gone from a scrawny, bitter young man to someone who looked like they'd been carved from bronze and steel. 3 days until the battle, Azure reminded me. You'll need to balance training with recovery. Even if you used the Blue Sun energy to heal, pushing too hard could damage the vessel. I nodded and pushed off from the wall. Tomorrow I'd need to start final preparations for the match. Earth Fist Liu might be straightforward, but that just meant he'd be incredibly good at the fundamentals. I'd need every advantage I could get. Tomorrow, we start working on how to properly break heaven's laws. As I left the destroyed chamber, I couldn't help but think about Feng Tianyu again. 50 years of dedication to a single goal, only to discover that goal was impossible. But maybe that wasn't really failure. Maybe it was just life pushing him toward his actual purpose. Sometimes we chase one thing so hard we don't notice we're becoming something else entirely. Feng Tianyu had wanted to be the strongest. Maybe instead, he'd become something better, a teacher who could help others avoid his mistakes. I just hoped he'd be able to see it that way eventually. Heaven-breaking realm, Jinghui breathed, bringing me out of my thoughts. I'm actually at heaven-breaking realm. When you leave my body in 3 days, will I keep this power? Yes, I replied. Everything I've helped you achieve will remain. Then I can actually do it. Jinghui's voice grew intense. I can find my brother. I can make him pay for what he did to our parents. I felt a knot form in my stomach at his words. Here I'd just spent all that time talking to Feng Tianyu about finding purpose beyond obsession, about becoming something more than just a weapon pointed at a single target. And now Jinghui was doing exactly the same thing, just with revenge instead of rivalry. Jinghui, I said carefully, what happens after? After. He sounded confused. After you find your brother. After you get your revenge. What then? You'll have spent your entire life building toward one moment. And then that moment will pass, and you'll be left with, what exactly? There was silence in our shared mind space for a long moment. I haven't thought that far ahead, Jinghui admitted quietly. For 10 years, all I've imagined is making him suffer the way our parents suffered. I get it, I said, and I meant it. The anger, the need for justice. I'm not saying don't get revenge. But look at what just happened with Feng Tianyu. He spent 50 years chasing one goal, and when he couldn't achieve it, he nearly broke completely. Do you want to end up like that? It's different, Jinghui insisted. He was chasing victory. I'm seeking justice. Is it, though? I pressed gently. Or are you just chasing a different kind of victory? One where you prove you're stronger than the person who hurt you. I could feel his emotions churning, anger mixing with uncertainty. Part of me wondered if I should just leave it alone. It wasn't really my business what he did after I left. But I couldn't help remembering that 7-year-old boy in his memories, kneeling beside his parents' bodies. He needed a reason to live beyond simple revenge. Just think about it, I said finally. You have the power now. That's not going away. But power without purpose beyond destruction, that's a lonely path. Trust me on that. The first morning after my fight with Feng Tianyu, I woke up feeling the weight of what I needed to accomplish. 3 days. That's all I had before facing Earth Fist Lu. The countdown timer in the sky showed a glowing 3, reminding me that time was running short. I made my way to the waterfall training ground that had become my regular spot. The morning mist hung in the air, and the sound of rushing water helped clear my mind. Master Hong had given me permission to use any of the temple's training facilities, though he'd also made it clear he'd be watching. Let's start with the basics of heaven breaking, I said, settling into a meditation pose. What exactly can cultivators at this level do? From the memories you've absorbed, Azure replied, heaven-breaking cultivators can literally break natural laws, so give that a try. I stood up and threw a simple punch at the air. Nothing special happened. You need to understand the law you're trying to break first, Azure explained. Then impose your martial will to create an exception. Right? I focused on gravity, really thinking about how it worked. Mass attracted mass, creating a force that pulled things toward the earth. Now, how would I break that? I gathered my martial aura around my fist and punched downward at the ground. This time, I tried to impose my will. Gravity reverses here. The stone cracked under my fist, but that was just from the physical impact. No reality breaking yet. Try something simpler, Azure suggested. Maybe start with friction? That made sense. I placed my palm on the wet stone beside the waterfall and concentrated. Friction was what let surfaces grip each other. What if I removed it entirely? My martial aura sank into the stone, and I pushed my understanding into it. No friction. None at all. Water from the waterfall that splashed onto that section of stone didn't slow down at all. It slid across like the surface was perfectly smooth ice, maintaining its full momentum until it flew off the edge. Good start, Azure said. But that's barely a parlor trick by heaven-breaking standards. I spent the rest of the morning experimenting with different physical laws, making hot things cold by reversing thermodynamics, creating zones where sound couldn't propagate. Each success felt like forcing my understanding of reality through a tiny keyhole. By noon, I was exhausted and had only managed minor effects that lasted seconds at most. This was harder than I'd expected. I took a break to eat some rice and vegetables from the temple kitchen. While I ate, I watched other disciples training in the courtyard. Their movements were so clean, so precise. Every technique had been polished through countless repetitions. That's what I'm missing, I muttered. What do you mean? Azure asked. I'm trying to break reality through pure power and understanding. But this is the mortal martial world. Everything here is about technique, not raw force. After lunch, I returned to my training spot with a different approach. Instead of trying to impose grand changes on reality, what if I incorporated reality breaking into martial techniques? I started with swift wind stepping. The movement technique that Jinghui had unified with was all about unpredictability. What if I broke the law that said I had to move through the space between 2 points? I took the starting stance and gathered my martial aura. As I stepped left, I tried to impose my will. I don't need to cross the intervening space. My foot landed 3 meters away, but I definitely moved through the space between. The reality break hadn't worked. You're thinking too abstractly, Azure said. Heaven breaking in this world seems to require a martial framework. Try connecting it to the technique's purpose. Swift wind stepping was about being impossible to predict. What made movement predictable? The fact that you could see someone moving from point A to point B. I tried again. This time, as I stepped, I focused on breaking the law that said motion had to be visible. My martial aura wrapped around me, and I imposed my will through the technique itself. The world blurred. One moment I was in the starting position, the next I was 3 meters to the left. But this time, there was no sense of movement, no transition. I had simply stopped existing in one spot and started existing in another. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Excellent, Azure said. You just performed a true heaven-breaking technique. I grinned and tried it again. Right diagonal back forward spin. Each movement happened instantaneously, with no visible transition. It was like reality hiccuped and I was suddenly somewhere else. The effect only lasted about 10 seconds before my control slipped, and I returned to normal swift wind stepping. But it was progress. The rest of the afternoon was spent refining this technique. I learned that I could extend the duration by not fighting against reality so hard. Instead of completely breaking the law of visible motion, I could bend it. Make my movement technically visible but happening too fast for even heaven-breaking perception to track. By evening, I could maintain the enhanced swift wind stepping for a full 60 seconds. It drained my martial chi like crazy, but against someone like Earth Fist Liu, 60 seconds of truly unpredictable movement could make all the difference. The second day, I decided to focus on offense. Master Hong had left some training dummies in the chamber, probably expecting me to use them. Let's work on that palm strike, I said, approaching one of the dummies. Something that can actually threaten a martial arts master. I'd seen Feng Tianyu's techniques that could age things or shatter space itself. But those seemed too esoteric for my current skill level. I needed something that fit with Jinghui's body and the techniques I'd already learned. What about incorporating the concept from your Phantom Strike? Azure suggested. That technique is already about delivering unexpected force. Phantom Strike was a quick palm technique that could cave in someone's chest. What law could I break to enhance it? I thought about force and impact. Normally, when you hit something, the force transfers at the moment of contact. What if I broke that law? What if the force arrived before my palm did? I set up in front of a training dummy and channeled my martial aura into my right palm. The energy felt dense, heavy with potential. I struck forward, trying to impose my will. The impact arrives before the strike. My palm was still a foot away from the dummy when it suddenly caved inward, wooden splinters exploding out the back. The force had transferred through empty air. Interesting application, Azure said. You've essentially removed the requirement for physical contact. I tried it several more times, getting a feel for the timing. The hardest part was controlling when the force arrived. Too early and opponents could dodge. Too late and it defeated the purpose. After an hour of practice, I could reliably make the impact arrive about 6 inches before my palm. It wasn't much, but against someone expecting to block at the point of contact, it could be devastating. What about defense? I asked. Earth Fist Liu is known for his incredible strength. You could try breaking the law of force transfer, Azure suggested. Make it so impacts don't actually reach you. I had one of the automated training dummies attack me with basic strikes. As its wooden fist approached, I covered my body in martial aura and tried to impose my will. Force cannot transfer to me. The fist connected and I went flying backward into the wall. Okay, that didn't work, I groaned, pulling myself out of the person-shaped crater. The concept might be too absolute, Azure said. Try something more specific. I thought about it while dodging the dummy's continued attacks. What if instead of negating force entirely, I changed how it behaved? Force normally traveled in straight lines from the point of impact. What if I made it curve? The dummy threw another punch. This time, I focused on bending the law of linear force transfer. Make it flow around me instead of through me. The fist connected with my chest, but instead of knocking me back, I felt the force slide along my skin like water. It dispersed harmlessly into the air around me. Much better, Azure said, though it looks like it requires precise timing. He was right. I had to activate the technique at the exact moment of impact. Too early and it didn't work. Too late and I'd already taken the hit. But when I got it right, even the dummy's strongest strikes felt like gentle pushes. The rest of the day was spent integrating these heaven-breaking concepts into my existing martial arts techniques. Each application drained enormous amounts of energy, but they transformed simple techniques into something genuinely threatening to high-level fighters. The third day was when I decided to expand on my discovery with Blue Sun energy. When I fought Feng Tianyu, I said, standing in the center of the training chamber, my tiger strike manifested as an actual spiritual tiger. I want to see if I can do that with other techniques. Makes sense, Azure said. The Blue Sun energy seems to grant temporary life to martial concepts in this world. I thought about which techniques to try first. The tiger had worked because there was already a strong conceptual connection between the technique name and the animal. What other martial arts here had similar associations? I started with Soaring Crane Takes Flight, a leaping technique I'd learned from one of the echoes. As I performed the movement, I channeled Blue Sun energy into it while thinking about the essence of a crane. Graceful, precise, elegant. The energy swirled above me and condensed into a translucent blue crane. It spread its wings and circled overhead for about 4 seconds before dissolving. Not as solid as the tiger had been, but definitely real enough to distract an opponent. The manifestation quality seems to depend on how strongly you connect with the concept, Azure observed. That made sense. I'd been desperately fighting for my life when the tiger appeared, so the emotional intensity was much higher. Still, even a brief crane manifestation could be useful. I tried Dragon Ascends to Heaven next, a rising uppercut technique. This time I poured more Blue Sun energy into it, really focusing on the image of a dragon. Powerful, ancient, unstoppable. My fist rose and a serpentine form of blue energy followed it upward. The dragon was more detailed than the crane, with visible scales and eyes that blazed with inner light. It let out a roar that shook dust from the ceiling before fading away. Now we're getting somewhere, I said, grinning. Try combining it with heaven-breaking principles, Azure suggested. What if the manifestation could break laws too? Interesting idea. I performed snake strikes twice, a double palm technique. As I channeled Blue Sun energy, I focused on creating a snake that could ignore the law of solid matter. The energy formed into a blue serpent that shot forward from my palms. When it reached the training dummy, instead of hitting it, the snake passed straight through the wood. Then it solidified inside and exploded outward, destroying the dummy from within. Okay, that's terrifying, I admitted. But effective, Azure added. I spent the morning working through various animal-style techniques. Monkey Steals Peaches created a mischievous blue monkey that could briefly confuse opponents. Bear Breaks the Mountain manifested a massive bear that could deliver crushing blows. Eagle Catches Fish produced a diving bird that attacked from above. Each manifestation lasted only seconds and drained significant Blue Sun energy. But they added unpredictability to otherwise straightforward techniques. What about combining multiple animals? I wondered. Worth trying, but be careful with energy consumption, Azure warned. I decided to test it with a combination technique. First, I used Tiger Descends the Mountain while channeling Blue Sun energy. The familiar tiger form appeared, more solid than my other attempts. While it was still manifested, I immediately followed with Crane Spreads Wings. The crane appeared alongside the tiger. For about 2 seconds, I had both spirit animals active simultaneously. They even seemed aware of each other, the tiger prowling low while the crane circled high. Energy drain is severe, Azure noted. You're down to about 40% Blue Sun reserves. He was right. I could feel the strain of maintaining multiple manifestations. But in a real fight, having 2 or 3 spirit animals attacking from different angles could overwhelm even experienced opponents. I took a break to meditate and restore my energy. While resting, I thought about non-animal techniques. Could I manifest other concepts? What about elemental techniques? I asked. A lot of martial arts here reference natural forces. The concept would need to be specific enough to take form, Azure said. Vague ideas probably won't manifest properly. It was the spiritual aspect of Qi that allowed for the manipulation of elements, and with the Blue Sun being more spiritual than physical, it might work. I stood and tried Thunderclap Palm, focusing on the moment lightning strikes. As I thrust my palm forward with Blue Sun energy, a bolt of blue electricity shot out. Not just energy shaped like lightning, but what seemed like actual electricity that left scorch marks on the stone wall. Elemental manifestation confirmed, Azure said, though it seems less intelligent than the animal forms. That made sense. Animals had natural behaviors to draw from. Elements were more like forces that needed direction. I experimented with other elemental techniques. Flowing Water Fist created streams of liquid energy that could bind opponents. Mountain Stands Eternal manifested chunks of stone that provided temporary cover. Wind Blade Cuts all produced invisible slashes that lingered in the air. By late afternoon, I developed a decent arsenal of manifestation techniques. But I wanted to try one more thing. What about human forms? I asked. Some techniques reference warriors or sages. That could be more complex, Azure said. Human consciousness, even temporary, might be harder to create. I decided to try with Immortal Points the Way, a guidance technique meant to show the correct path in combat. As I performed the pointing gesture with Blue Sun energy, I tried to manifest the concept of a wise teacher. The energy swirled and took shape, but the form was much less distinct than the animals. A vague humanoid outline appeared, translucent and flickering. It mirrored my pointing gesture for about a second before dissolving. Seems like human manifestations are beyond current capability, Azure concluded. Or maybe I just don't understand the concept well enough, I said. The animals worked because I could envision their nature clearly. I spent the remaining time refining the techniques that worked best. The tiger remained my strongest manifestation, probably because of the emotional connection from that first desperate use. The dragon and snake were nearly as solid. The crane and eagle could maintain form for several seconds if I concentrated. The key was not trying to control the manifestations too directly. They seemed to work best when I created them with a clear purpose and let them act according to their nature. A tiger would hunt. A snake would strike. A crane would evade. It was more or less the same as what I had learned from Cal. Blue Sun cultivation really was like programming. By the evening of the 3rd day, I felt as ready as I was going to get. I'd pushed Jingwei's body to heaven-breaking realm. I'd learned to break reality in small but meaningful ways. I'd figured out how to manifest temporary spirit animals from martial techniques. And now my energy had recovered to 100%. I was ready. Time's up, Azure said. I made my way to the temple's main entrance. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. The thing was, I had no idea where Earth Fist Lu actually was, or more importantly, which vessel he'd chosen. If you spot this tail on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. He could be anywhere in this world, I muttered, looking out at the temple grounds. Could have picked someone from a completely different province for all we know. The rules said you need to finish your battle before the timer reached 0, Azure reminded me. But they never specified how you'd find each other. Good point. In a world this size, we could spend days just looking for each other. Unless regular martial chi won't work as a beacon, I said, stepping outside the temple gates. Everyone here uses it. He'd never be able to tell it was me. But chi would stand out, Azure said, catching on to my thinking. In this world, only otherworldly beings like you and Lu would recognize it. Exactly. I walked about 50 meters from the temple entrance, finding a clear spot on the road. No point damaging the temple grounds with what I was about to do. I sat down in lotus position and closed my eyes. Deep in my spiritual channels, beneath all the martial chi I'd been using, my original chi still flowed. Felt different here, foreign, like oil refusing to mix with water. I began drawing it out, letting it rise through my meridians. The energy felt cool compared to the hot, aggressive nature of martial chi. As it reached my skin, I could feel the world itself reacting with subtle rejection. Careful, Azure warned. Too much foreign energy and the realm might actively try to expel you again. Just enough to be noticed, I said, releasing a steady stream of chi into the air around me. The effect was strange. Where martial chi would create visible distortions or pressure, my chi seemed to make reality itself uncomfortable. The air shimmered, not with heat but with wrongness. Small pebbles near me rolled away as if repelled. Even the dying sunlight seemed to bend slightly around my position. Disciples who'd been watching from the temple gates backed away further, their faces showing confusion and instinctive fear. They couldn't understand what they were sensing, but they knew it didn't belong. It's working, Azure said. The chi is spreading outward in waves. Any otherworldly being within several hundred li should sense this. I kept the output steady, not too strong but consistent, like a lighthouse in fog, broadcasting my location to the only other person in this world who would understand the signal. Minutes passed. The sun sank lower, painting longer shadows across the ground. My chi continued to pulse outward in regular waves, each one carrying the message. I'm here. Come find me. Think he'll understand? I asked. He'll recognize the challenge for what it is. More time passed. Full darkness was approaching, and I started wondering if maybe Lu had chosen a vessel too far away to sense my beacon. Or maybe he was having trouble controlling his vessel. Or maybe, Master, Azure said quietly, something's approaching from the northeast. Fast. I opened my eyes but kept the chi beacon going. In the distance, I could sense a disturbance. Not martial chi but something else. Something that made the local spacetime shudder with each step. He's coming, I said, standing up while maintaining the chi flow. And whatever vessel he picked, it's powerful. The disturbance grew stronger. Closer. I could feel the earth itself trembling now, rhythmic impacts like a giant walking. But the spiritual signature was definitely Lu's otherworldly presence. Any idea what kind of vessel would cause that effect? I asked, letting the chi beacon fade and switching back to martial chi. Immediately, I felt more in harmony with the world around me. Something big, Azure said unnecessarily. Or something that's figured out how to break the law about how much force each step should generate. Great. Trust Earth fist Lu to find the most straightforward way to abuse heaven-breaking techniques. The tremors stopped about 200 meters away, just outside the range of my vision in the darkness. But I could feel him there, a knot of wrongness in the world's fabric just like me. A sound came from the darkness. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Ku'in. The voice was deep, unfamiliar. Definitely not Lu's original body. I received your invitation. A figure stepped into the edge of the temple's torchlight, and my whole body went rigid. I found myself looking up, and up, and up. What the hell? I took an involuntary step backward, my eyes widening. Lu, what happened to you? The shadows shifted, and more of the figure became visible. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. This wasn't just picking a strong vessel. This was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist in this world of mortal martial arts. Possessing a vessel proved difficult, Earth Fist Lu said. So, I decided to create my own. The descent felt different this time. Lu's spiritual manifestation solidified as he fell through the barriers between realms, his consciousness taking shape in the strange space between worlds, where Kuyin's presence had manifested as those unsettling shadows shot through with purple. Lu's form emerged as pure white light, clean, solid, purposeful. He flexed his fingers as his manifestation stabilized. The energy felt right in a way that spiritual projections usually didn't. Body cultivation had always been about understanding the physical form, mastering every muscle and bone. Even as a projection, his spiritual body responded with the familiar weight and density he was accustomed to. The mortal martial realm's laws wrapped around him like a comfortable embrace. No rejection, no hostile pressure trying to expel him. His spiritual feet touched solid ground, and he could feel the earth beneath him singing with recognition. This world understood what he was in a way that purely spiritual realms never did. Lu stood in what appeared to be a mountain valley, surrounded by peaks that stretched toward a sky painted in afternoon blues. The energy here was different from the Azure Peak sect. Rougher, more primal. It carried the scent of worked metal and honest sweat, the kind of chi that came from years of physical training rather than meditation. Much better, he said to the empty air. A piercing alarm shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The sound echoed off the mountainsides, harsh and urgent. Lu turned toward the source and spotted a collection of buildings carved into the nearest peak. Some kind of martial arts sect from the look of it. Disciples in gray robes were running between structures, their movements sharp with panic. Lu began walking toward the sect. His steps left impressions in the hard-packed earth that spoke of tremendous weight despite his spiritual nature. The Tao of endurance wasn't just about lasting longer than opponents. It was about being immovable when everything else crumbled. Even as a projection, that fundamental truth shaped how he interacted with the world. The alarm continued its wailing as he approached the sect's outer buildings. Through windows, he could see disciples gathering in large chambers. Golden light flickered from formation arrays carved into stone walls. The preparations were efficient, practiced. These people had dealt with descents before. Lu paused at the edge of the sect's grounds. A dozen different chambers glowed with protective formations, each one sealed tight against spiritual intrusion. He could sense the occupants inside. Hundreds of potential vessels, all perfectly protected by barriers designed to prevent possession. He approached the nearest chamber and pressed his hand against the golden barrier. The formation recognized him as an otherworldly entity and flared brighter, pushing back against his touch. These weren't hastily erected defenses. They were sophisticated protections that had been refined over generations. Clever, Lu admitted. He circled the building, checking for weaknesses. The formations covered every entrance, every window, even the ventilation shafts. Whoever had designed these barriers understood that otherworldly beings might try unconventional entry points. Lu moved to the next building. Same story. Golden light, sealed chambers, protected disciples. He could hear muffled voices from within, but the barriers muted everything to indistinct murmurs. The third building housed what appeared to be younger students. Children, mostly, huddled together in meditation positions while an older instructor maintained the formation. Lu watched through the shimmering barrier as a boy, who couldn't have been more than 10 years old, whispered questions to his neighbor. "Will the demons hurt us?" "The formations will protect us," the older boy replied. "Master Hong said so." Demons? These mortals had no idea what actual demons looked like. But their caution was understandable. From their perspective, beings that could possess bodies and steal lives were indeed monstrous. Lu spent the next several hours systematically checking every structure in the sect. The barriers held everywhere. Even the animal pens and storage buildings had basic protections. These people took descents seriously. As the sun began to set, painting the mountainsides in shades of orange and red, Lu finally accepted the obvious truth. He wasn't getting a vessel from this sect. Probably not from any sect in this region. If they were all this well prepared, he could spend days searching without finding an unprotected target. The thought didn't frustrate him the way it might have bothered other cultivators. Frustration was a luxury that body cultivators learned to abandon early. When you spent years conditioning your flesh to withstand punishment, you developed patience for problems that couldn't be solved with immediate action. Lu found a flat area outside the sect's perimeter and sat down to consider his options. The battle would begin in 5 days. He needed a physical form to compete, but possession was proving impossible. The formations were too strong, too comprehensive. He closed his eyes and turned his attention inward, examining his own spiritual structure. The manifestation process had used significant energy to project his consciousness across realms. Most of his reserves were dedicated to maintaining this form and his connection to his original body back in the tournament arena. But there was another possibility. Something that pushed the boundaries of what spiritual manifestations were supposed to be capable of. Lu opened his inner world. The earthen mausoleum unfolded around him, though only his spiritual perception could access it fully. Endless rows of terracotta soldiers stretched toward horizons carved from compressed stone and clay. Each figure stood in perfect formation, weapons at the ready, eyes fixed on threats that had yet to manifest. His cultivation method, the Terracotta Guardian Sutra, was built around the concept of animated constructs. At the basic level, he could create earthen guardians to fight alongside him. More advanced applications allowed him to inhabit the constructs temporarily, fighting through multiple bodies simultaneously. But what he was considering now went beyond traditional applications. Instead of creating a construct within his inner world and then manifesting it externally, what if he built something in the external realm using his inner world's principles? Lu stood up and walked to a patch of bare earth. He knelt and pressed both palms against the ground, feeling the composition of soil and stone beneath him. The earth here was rich with mineral content. Iron or limestone, traces of precious metals that had been deposited over millennia. Good material for construction. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. The Tao of endurance flowed through him, connecting his spiritual form to the fundamental forces that shaped mountains and carved valleys. Endurance wasn't just about lasting through battles. It was about being the force that remained when everything else had worn away. Lu began to gather earth. The process started slowly. Soil shifted and compressed under his hands, forming dense clumps that held their shape without crumbling. He worked methodically, building layer upon layer of increasingly sophisticated earthen structures. By the time full darkness fell, he had created a rough humanoid shape about 3 meters tall. The proportions were crude, more suggestion than sculpture, but the internal structure was solid. Lu had learned through years of guardian creation that form followed function. Beautiful statues made poor fighters. He spent the night refining the construct's basic framework. Bones of compressed stone for structural integrity. Muscle analogs woven from clay and metal filings that could generate tremendous force. A central cavity which his spiritual manifestation could merge with and connect to the construct's motor systems through spiritual interfaces. The process required constant attention to detail. Each joint needed to bear loads that would crush normal materials. Each connection point had to channel spiritual energy without creating bottlenecks or weak spots. Lu had built hundreds of guardians over the years, but never anything this large or complex. The next few hours were spent on fine details. Lu shaped fingers capable of intricate manipulation, joints that could move with fluid precision, facial features that could express basic emotions. The construct wouldn't pass for human at all. It was built to kill. The arms were reinforced with iron cores that could deliver crushing blows. The legs contained springs of compressed earth that could launch the construct into the air or absorb tremendous impacts. The torso housed basic formation arrays that could channel and focus martial energy of this realm. By the second day, Lu was ready to test basic functionality. He pressed his spiritual form against the construct's chest cavity and felt it enter. Suddenly, he was looking out through earthen eyes at a world that seemed much smaller than before. The sensation was disorienting at first. His spiritual form was roughly human-sized, but the construct stood over 4 meters tall and weighed several tons. Every movement required conscious adjustment to account for the increased mass and leverage. Lu took a careful step forward. The ground cracked under the construct's weight, leaving an impression several centimeters deep. Another step, smoother this time as he adjusted to the unfamiliar body mechanics. He raised one massive arm and examined the hand. Each finger was thicker than a human arm, but they moved with surprising precision. Lu clenched the hand into a fist and felt the internal mechanisms align perfectly. The construct could deliver gentle touches or devastating blows with equal ease. Adequate, he judged. The rest of the day was dedicated to combat testing. Lu found a section of empty mountainside and began practicing basic martial forms. The construct's movements were slower than a human body, but the force behind each technique was overwhelming. A simple straight punch shattered a boulder the size of a horse. A palm strike left a crater in the mountainside. When Lu attempted the crushing mountain fist technique that had given him his nickname, the impact created a small avalanche. The construct's defensive capabilities were equally impressive. Lu stood motionless while loose rocks from the avalanche pelted his earthen shell. The impacts that would have seriously injured a human barely left scratches on the reinforced surface. But the real test came when he tried to break the laws of physics. Lu had always been a straightforward fighter. While other cultivators pursued exotic techniques and mystical abilities, he focused on fundamental principles of force and endurance. In this realm of mortal martial arts, that approach felt more relevant than ever. The construct's mass gave him options that human bodies couldn't achieve. When Lu channeled his energy into a full power strike, the force generated exceeded the theoretical limits of flesh and bone. The punch didn't just break the sound barrier. It created a pressure wave that flattened trees for 100 meters in every direction. The moment the attack landed, something fundamental shifted. The realm itself seemed to take notice of what he'd accomplished. Knowledge flooded into his consciousness, not from external memories but from the world's own understanding of martial cultivation. The breakthrough felt like a door opening, revealing truths that had been hidden behind his previous limitations. Heaven-breaking realm, he said with satisfaction, the terminology arriving in his mind as naturally as breathing. His understanding of martial arts had allowed him to jump to a cultivation close to the peak in this mortal realm. By the 4th day, Lu felt confident in his creation's capabilities. The construct was agile despite its tremendous size. Combat techniques flowed naturally from one to another. The body responded to his thoughts without delay. More importantly, the construct felt like home in a way that spiritual manifestation never had. This was a body built for endurance, for weathering any storm and emerging unbroken. It embodied everything the Tao of endurance represented. Lu spent the final day making minor adjustments and testing edge cases. How much damage could the construct absorb before critical systems failed? How quickly could it move when necessary? What were the limits of its strength enhancement? The answers were satisfying. The construct could function even with significant structural damage. Its sprint speed, while not impressive by cultivator standards, was adequate for tournament combat. As for strength, Lu stopped testing when he accidentally created a new valley. As evening approached on the 5th day, Lu became aware of something unusual. A spiritual beacon was broadcasting from the direction of the sect he'd first visited. This was not martial qi, which would have been unremarkable in this world. This was something foreign, otherworldly, spiritual qi. Ku-in, he said, recognizing the energy signature. His opponent was announcing his location, probably hoping to arrange their scheduled battle. Lu appreciated the direct approach. Tournament rules required them to fight before the time limit expired, but finding each other in a world this size could have taken days. Lu began walking toward the beacon. Each step created minor seismic tremors that rippled outward through the earth. Small animals fled from his path, and distant birds took flight as his approach disturbed their roosts. The sect came into view as darkness fell. Torches had been lit along the pathways, casting pools of warm light across stone walkways. Lu could see disciples moving between buildings, their evening routines continuing despite the morning's excitement. The spiritual beacon was coming from just outside the sect's main gate. Lu approached slowly, making no effort to hide his presence. Stealth was pointless when every footstep announced your location. A figure sat in meditation near the road, chi energy flowing outward in steady pulses. Even at this distance, Lu could sense the wrongness that marked another otherworldly being. But the energy felt different from when they'd last met. More refined, more dangerous. Lu stopped about 50 meters away and took stock of his opponent. Ku Yin's stolen body had been transformed significantly. The lean frame had filled out with dense muscle, and spiritual pressure radiated from him like heat from a forge. Whatever vessel he'd chosen, he'd pushed its cultivation to impressive levels. Interesting development, Lu murmured. The beacon stopped pulsing. Ku Yin stood up and turned toward Lu's position, though the darkness probably made details difficult to see. Ku Yin, Lu called out. I received your invitation. He stepped forward into the edge of the torchlight, feeling the familiar weight of expectation that preceded serious combat. This would be a proper fight, the kind that tested everything he'd learned about endurance and technique. Lu looked down at Ku Yin, noting the shocked expression on his opponent's face. The reaction was understandable. Most cultivators expected spiritual manifestations to follow conventional rules about vessel possession. What the hell? Ku Yin took an involuntary step backward, his eyes widening as he tried to process what he was seeing. Lu, what happened to you? The shadows shifted as Lu moved fully into the torchlight. 4.5 meters of animated earth and stone, built with the precision of a master craftsman and the durability of mountain peaks. His earthen features held no expression, but his glowing eyes tracked Ku Yin's movements with precision. Possessing a vessel proved difficult, Lu said, his voice resonating from the construct's throat with tones like grinding stone. So, I decided to create my own. I stared up at the massive earthen construct towering over me, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. This thing had to weigh several tons at minimum. Every detail was perfectly crafted. From the reinforced joints to the formation arrays, I could see glowing faintly beneath its stone skin. You built yourself a body, I said, still trying to wrap my head around it. How is that even possible? The Terracotta Guardian Sutra specializes in animated constructs. Lu's voice rumbled from the golem's throat, each word carrying the weight of grinding stone. When possession proved impossible, I simply scaled up the technique. The disciples watching from the temple gates had gone completely silent. I could feel their terror radiating outward like heat. To them, this probably looked like some ancient earth spirit had risen from the mountain itself. Master, Azure said quietly in my mind, we need to move this fight away from populated areas. That construct could level half the temple just by accident. He was right. The golem's footsteps had already left deep impressions in the packed earth. If we fought here, innocent people would get caught in the crossfire. Brother Lu, I called up to the construct's head. We should take this somewhere with more room. I'd rather not explain to these people why their mountain got rearranged. The glowing eyes in that earthen face focused on me. Agreed. There's a valley about 2 kilometers north. No settlements. Lead the way. Lu turned and began walking, each step creating minor tremors that I could feel through the soles of my feet. I followed at a safe distance, watching how the construct moved. The joints articulated smoothly despite the massive weight, and the balance was perfect. This wasn't just a pile of animated earth. This was sophisticated engineering. The disciples from the temple had apparently decided to follow us at a distance. I could sense their martial energy trailing behind as we walked. Master Hong was probably among them, wanting to see what his reformed student could do against such an overwhelming opponent. The martial artists of this world are going to have nightmares about this, I muttered. About giant earth golems? Or about disciples jumping from inner pulse to heaven breaking in 3 days? Azure asked. Both, probably. The valley Lu had mentioned turned out to be a natural amphitheater carved between 3 peaks. Steep walls rose on all sides, and the floor was covered in loose stone and hardy mountain grass. Perfect for a fight where neither of us had to hold back. Earth Fist Lu stopped in the center and turned to face me. The construct's presence dominated the space, making me feel like I was about to fight a walking siege engine. "Whenever you're ready," he said. I took a deep breath and settled into a combat stance. The enhanced swift wind stepping was ready. The heaven-breaking palm strike. All the techniques I'd learned from the echoes. But looking up at that massive form, I wondered if any of it would be enough. 5 days of advanced training versus years of martial experience, I said to myself. This should be interesting. I decided to test the waters with a simple approach. Gathering my martial aura around my legs, I launched myself forward using swift wind stepping. The enhanced version I'd developed let me move without visible transition, essentially teleporting in 3-meter increments. One moment I was 50 meters away. The next, I was directly in front of Lu's construct, palm thrust toward what would be its solar plexus. The golem's reaction time was incredible. That massive arm came down in a blocking motion that should have been too slow to intercept my attack. But Lu probably had a dozen years of combat experience, and he'd built this body to maximize defensive capability. My palm connected with the construct's forearm. The Phantom Strike technique sent force through the earthen limb, but instead of the crushing impact I'd expected, the energy dispersed harmlessly through the stone matrix. The arm didn't even crack. The construct's density distribution is too uniform, Azure observed. Your force transfer techniques can't find weak points to exploit. Before I could process that fully, Lu's counterattack came. The blocked arm continued its downward motion, transitioning smoothly into an overhead strike. I threw myself backward using swift wind stepping, but even so, the massive fist grazed my shoulder. The impact spun me around and sent me tumbling across the valley floor. My shoulder felt like it had been hit by a falling tree. If that had been a direct hit, it would have liquefied everything from my collarbone to my ribs. I rolled to my feet, already moving as Lu's follow-up attack cratered the ground where I'd been lying. Chunks of stone flew in all directions, some pieces larger than my head. Okay, I panted. Subtle techniques aren't going to work here. Lu's construct pursued me with surprising speed for something so massive. Each step covered nearly 10 meters, and the ground shook with every impact. I kept moving, using swift wind stepping to stay ahead while I figured out a better approach. The heaven-breaking version of my movement technique was the only thing keeping me alive. Normal swift wind stepping would have been too predictable against someone with Lu's experience. But the reality-bending version made my transitions truly instantaneous, giving him no time to track the movement. I appeared behind the construct and tried the iron elbow strike I'd learned from the echoes. This time I channeled significantly more martial aura into the technique, aiming for what looked like a joint in the construct's spine. The elbow connected with a sound like thunder. Cracks appeared in the stone where I'd hit, and I felt the construct stagger slightly. But the damage was minimal, and Lu's response was immediate. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. The golem spun around faster than anything that size had a right to move. I barely got my arms up before its backhand caught me across the chest. This time there was no avoiding the full impact. I flew backward through the air, my ribs screaming with pain. When I hit the valley wall, the stone cracked around my body from the force. I peeled myself out of the person-shaped crater, tasting blood. My enhanced body could take punishment that would kill a normal person, but Lu's construct hit like a landslide. I needed to change tactics. Direct confrontation wasn't working. The construct was too durable, too massive, and Lu's experience showed in every perfectly timed counterattack. I started using the animal manifestation techniques I'd practiced, channeling blue sun energy to create temporary spiritual allies. A translucent tiger leaped from my fist as I struck, clawing at the construct's eyes. A serpent of blue energy coiled around its leg, trying to throw off its balance. The manifestations only lasted seconds, but they added unpredictability to my attacks. Lu had to defend against both my physical strikes and the spiritual animals that accompanied them. For a few moments, the strategy seemed to work. The construct's movements became more cautious as Lu tried to track multiple threats simultaneously. I managed to land several hits on joints and stress points, gradually accumulating damage to the earthen body. But Lu adapted faster than I'd hoped. "Enough games," he said, and suddenly the construct's entire body began to glow with compressed earth energy. The next punch he threw didn't just break the sound barrier. It broke something fundamental about how force was supposed to work. The impact arrived before the fist did, hitting me like an invisible sledgehammer while Lu's arm was still pulling back. I went flying again, this time with what felt like several broken ribs. When I hit the ground, I bounced twice before sliding to a stop near the far end of the valley. "Heaven-breaking technique," I groaned, struggling to stand. "He's using his superior experience to bend reality more efficiently than I can." The construct was already approaching, each step measured and deliberate. Lu wasn't rushing now. He could see I was hurt, and he knew he had the advantage. I tried the compassionate shield technique I'd learned from Master Hong's Echo, creating a barrier of golden energy around my body. But when Lu's next strike connected, the shield shattered like glass. The residual force still hit hard enough to drive me to my knees. Blood ran down my face from a cut on my forehead. My left arm hung at an odd angle. The enhanced healing of Heartsteel Realm was already working to repair the damage, but not fast enough. "This isn't working," I admitted to Azure. "He's got too much experience with martial art techniques. Every time I try something, he counters it perfectly." "Then stop trying to out-martial him," Azure replied. "Use what makes you different, right?" I was still thinking like this was a pure martial arts contest. But I had abilities that no one in this realm would expect. Lu's construct loomed over me, one massive fist raised for what was probably intended as a finishing blow. The earthen face showed no emotion, but I could sense Lu's satisfaction radiating from within. "Time to stop playing by this world's rules," I said. "If the red sun energy and blue sun energy alone weren't enough, I would combine them." I channeled the red sun energy into my palm, feeling it transform into that pure white light this realm recognized as perfected martial energy. Then I wrapped blue sun power around the tiger descends the mountain technique, programming life and intelligence into the concept itself. The result was spectacular. A massive tiger composed of blazing white light erupted from my strike. It wasn't the translucent blue manifestations I'd been using, but something solid and radiant and absolutely terrifying. Its roar shook the valley walls and sent avalanches cascading down the mountainsides. The spirit tiger was 3 times larger than any I'd created before, with muscles that rippled like molten metal and eyes that burned like stars. It moved with speed that defied its size, covering the distance to Lu's construct in a single bound. Lu didn't just stand there and take it. The massive construct's stance shifted, and I felt his martial aura explode outward with crushing force. His signature technique activated as both earthen fists pulled back simultaneously. "Crushing mountain fist!" he roared, the construct's voice shaking loose stones from the amphitheater walls. Both massive fists shot forward to meet the tiger's charge. The techniques collided in midair with a sound like thunder, white light clashing against compressed earth and raw physical force. For a moment, the attacks seemed evenly matched. Lu's punches actually staggered the spirit tiger, cracks appearing along its luminous form where the overwhelming kinetic energy struck. But then the white energy began eating through the construct's defenses. The tiger's claws found purchase in the earthen fists, and what had been solid stone started dissolving like sand in acid. Lu's left arm began coming apart at the elbow joint, structural integrity failing under the supernatural assault. Lu adapted immediately, pulling back his damaged arm while the right continued its assault. The construct's stance shifted again, and suddenly earthen spikes erupted from its shoulders and chest, trying to impale the tiger before it could close distance. The spirit tiger twisted in midair, avoiding most of the spikes. One caught it along the ribs, tearing a gash of white light that sparkled like stars. But the injury only seemed to enrage the manifestation further. Iron body rampart. Lu's construct crouched low and crossed both arms, the earthen shell thickening and hardening into something that looked more like armor plating than clay. The tiger's claws struck the reinforced defense and actually stopped for a fraction of a second. Lu's defensive technique was strong enough to briefly contain even this enhanced manifestation. But the white energy was relentless, boring through the compressed earth with patient inevitability. The rampart cracked, then shattered. The tiger's follow-up strike caught the construct square in the chest cavity. White light erupted from the point of impact, and suddenly the entire golem was coming apart. Stone cracked, joints failed, and the formation arrays that held everything together overloaded and burnt out in showers of sparks. Lu tried one last desperate technique, the construct's remaining arm pulling back for what looked like his ultimate attack. But before he could complete it, the tiger's jaws clamped down on the construct's throat. White energy poured into the golem's core systems, causing stone to crack, joints to fail, and formation arrays that held everything together to overload and burn out. Lu's creation collapsed in a thunderous crash that could probably be heard in the next province. I stood up slowly, my injuries already healing as the blue sun energy continued to flow through my system. The spirit tiger had vanished after delivering its devastating attack, but the results spoke for themselves. The valley floor was covered in rubble. Pieces of what had been Lu's carefully crafted construct lay scattered everywhere, some still glowing with residual energy. Dust hung in the air like fog, gradually settling to reveal the scope of the destruction. "Well," I said, wiping blood from my face. "That was dramatic." The battle had been easier than expected, and my trump card had worked. Lu's experience with conventional martial arts hadn't prepared him for. I spun around just in time to see a massive earthen fist emerging from the pile of debris directly behind me. The fist was easily as large as Lu's original construct's hand, but it moved with the speed of a striking snake rather than the measured pace from before. I threw myself sideways, enhanced swift wind stepping activating on pure instinct. The reality-breaking movement technique saved Jinghui's life. The fist passed through the space where my head had been with enough force to create a sonic boom. Even the displaced air was enough to send me tumbling across the stone floor. I rolled to my feet and stared at what Lu had done. The scattered debris from his construct wasn't just reforming. It was becoming multiple smaller constructs, each one built for speed and precision rather than overwhelming power. A dozen earthen figures roughly my own size stood among the wreckage. The original construct was never the real threat. Lu's voice came from all of them simultaneously. It was a shell designed to contain and deploy the actual combat forms. I felt my smile fade as the situation became clear. Lu hadn't built one powerful construct. He'd built a dozen moderate constructs and housed them inside a larger shell to make me underestimate the threat. Now that the shell was destroyed, I was facing his real army. "This battle," I said, settling back into a combat stance as the smaller constructs began spreading out to surround me, "just got harder."